stood here with Tristan Darrow. First, you've been doing some double up riding. One of the early gates to go out this morning in this mess. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm doing high school in MX2 and high school is the usual on a 125. The bike just gets super thick and clogged up. It's difficult to keep the momentum up, and that's actually what's important for me to keep the momentum up so you don't get something on the slide. But yeah, it was fun. And in MX2, I try to coach my trainer, my dad, and try to improve my riding. I went on the first 2 laps and it was a lot better until I crashed and something that couldn't smell on the track, and then that just kind of ruined my whole practice. Couldn't even hold onto my bike because there was so much mud on my handlebars.
I'm looking at the track now. There's kind of some decent ruts now and a little bit of dust out the back there as well, which is amazing because there's so much water on the track this morning.
Yeah, the track has developed quite a bit. I think after the first heat, second heat, the two races will be good. Once it dries up and the ruts get nice and deep and there's a lot of braking bumps and it's rough, I think it's really going to separate the men from the boys, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Long season, brother. Give us a wrap-up of 2023. Has it been a good, bad or ugly?
2023 for myself hasn't been the best. I've had some difficulties with the bike and some crashes. Like first national of the year, I didn't finish any of my races due to bike problems. So yeah, the year wasn't the best, but my riding has been good. And speaking on behalf of my brother, he's had a good year. He won both of the championships, MX1 and MX2, before the season was even finished. So it's been a good year. Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for Tristan on the MotorX KTM throughout the rest of the day. Stay tuned for more action from MXSA. Talk to me in my ear. Tell me I'm live. All right, if you're joining us, we are live, LiveX, bringing you all of the action from the final round of Motocross South Africa, their last and final hurrah before we close out on the 2023 Championship racing season. Out at Chestnut, it has been Dust Bowl racing, a very, very hot and dry start to the summer. And now we are about to go into what will be the last time all of these dudes go racing on MX soil. On the gate to kick things off, we've already had all of our practice sessions, 8 of the gates going out there to see what the conditions are like, and they have been a little bit snotty, a little bit slimy, a little bit greasy, but the track seems to be coming to itself quite nicely. First racing heat is going to be combined MX3s and the MX Senior Supports. MX3s is going to see Reynard as the standout rider. Watch out for the rest of the support riders. Andrew Mostert getting caught up in the gate for ANCAT Racing as everyone charges out. This is going to be a 15 minutes plus 1 lap of racing for the guys to go and figure out how the track is going to hold together. With all of the big players going out, it looks like the track has rutted up quite nicely. The riding out of fast KTM coming all the way up from Cape Town. Reynard is definitely going to be the standout rider off of this gate, but remember, these changeable conditions can and often do bring different styles and different types of riders to the front of the field. The last gate going out there was the ladies, so they will have ridden very similar conditions to this as the rest of the riders go on out there to chase on down. Reynard will be there, Levi Doherty, Dean Wheeler will also be a key player to watch out for. Back in his day, he was a very, very solid mud rider. Aston Allen, Jonathan Deploy, Sheldon Wilkins and Tyron Watkins. Watch out for these guys to start charging their way through. The Yamaha man is running the numbers out front at the moment, rocking the big number 1 plate. As Reynard starts to kind of ease his way in. Reynard very good at hard pack and really, really good in the sandpit style races like we have down in the Cape and down in Port Elizabeth. But up here on the hard pack and clay based kind of damp conditions that we run here at Chestnut, it is going to be a difficult one. The track is kind of holding together quite nicely. We ran this circuit just 2 weeks back at the pre-nationals, which was a round of the Northern Regions Championship up here in Gauteng. We didn't see too many guys moving on up and actually traveling the length and breadth of the country to come and check things out. But let's just run through the numbers at the moment as they come across the stripe for the first time. They're around about 3/4 of the way through the loop. Big bank, bold turn, nice stepped up and whooped out sections. Track is going to get a little bit of watering and sprinkling in the afternoon session, but for now it is ruts, especially in the lowland sections. That's an interesting section of the track there where you've got dual lanes. You can go inside or outside to try and work the best of the track. The LiveX crew doing a good job. We've got around about 3 dudes out there and a couple of static cameras that we're able to pull all the information from. My name is Matt Hollywood Smith. I'll be bringing you all the action throughout the day on all of 8 racing heats. We'll start things out with the MX3s and MX Seniors, then into the high schools. The high schools had some real bad conditions this morning to deal with. None of those riders putting together a clean lap. But let's check out how things are looking and how things are running as we have now completed the first racing lap. They go past the thatch set of 2 tabletops to figure things out before they go charging up, out and through the rest of the racing track. So it's Brandon Wheeler. He's the rider out front at the moment. Senior support rider running the 73, but now obviously running the big number 1 plate with Anthony Reynard on his wheel, putting in some seriously fairly good lap times actually. Not seriously good, but fairly good. A 2:06 versus a 2:07 from Reynard, so definitely the Yamaha rider just finding conditions a little bit more to his liking as he runs out front with Reynard there. Doherty in 3rd place, and Dean Wheeler looks like he has moved himself up into a number 4 spot, so not a bad run off the line for him. Keegan Deploy, Aston Allen is up there as well. There's a nice mixture of the senior support and MX3s. Wheeler running the senior support and first overall on the gate at the moment with a combined gate, and Reynard running second but first of the MX3s. That's our age group categories. In old money, we used to call that the senior category races. Track holding up nicely at the moment, so remember we are running a 15 minute plus 1 lap, already coming up into 4 minutes. So the track not really running big times at the moment, over a 4-minute lap time. Some of the pro category races will be dropping underneath the 2-minute marker. Through the bowl turn, that's one of the big features here at Chestnut. You've got to rail that turn, carry all of your speed into the next section. That gives you a real kind of Monster Energy Supercross split lane. Most of the riders will go inside. The only reason they would go outside is if there's a fallen rider on the inside and blocking their times and blocking their lines that they're running. 15 riders out of the gate, 15 riders still up and running. Dylan Duplessis, final of those riders, running in the 15th spot. Henry Mostert, who got jammed up in the gate, he's moved himself up into 13th place. Rider going down there, that's our race leader, so that is a huge story. As Brendan Wheeler throws away what looked to be an extending lead. He pulled around about 1.5 seconds out of Reynard, and this track will just catch you out that quickly. So the curse of the number 1 plate, wrapping up the championship, wrapping up the title nice and early. And the problem with going down on this track or any kind of mudder track is you're going to be putting your hand down, you're going to be putting your grips down, and there's going to be zero grip on the bars from that point on. Also, you might be moving a lever left or right, your bars will be switched up. Yep. So his forks have twisted ever so slightly. You can sort that out with a good boot, and that's exactly what he is doing. So that's changed things up completely, as Reynard is now running the numbers off front and way off front as well. Dean Wheeler will have moved himself up into a number 2 spot by this stage as well. So he's in good shape right now, as the riders have really stretched themselves out all over the rest of the track. The next gate that we're going to be looking out for will be the high school gates. These guys were the second of the riders to go out on the warm-up practice sessions to figure things out. We're watching Big Wheeler at the moment. This is Brandon Wheeler. Looks like he's jumped onto a different bike. He went out this morning on his old Suzuki, old Kickstarter Ken. And now he's had to jump onto a borrowed machine. So probably still trying to figure out how to get the best setup on that particular model of the KTM. But a rider with a lot of experience of racing nationals, regionals, and club races. Wheeler was a big player back in the day, in the early 2000s on the Suzuki program. Himself and his brother rocking and rolling out there along with the Ferrex crew. And they made the big Suzukis quite famous out there. And the big guy is back. Took a lot of time out over the last 10 years or so to focus on his career and his family, and now coming back into racing to just enjoy his time on the bike, and it looks like the old style is still there. So Brandon Wheeler trying to see what he can do. He's up into 3rd place at the moment as he tries to just consolidate his position. No one in front really too far up the road that he can see, no one off the back wheel either. So Brandon Wheeler in a fairly distant number 3 spot. Levi Doherty is running in a number 4 spot, but he is quite a long way off the pace of the riders running in the 1, 2s and 3s. We stay with Big Wheeler as he rocks up over one of the last features of the course. A fairly gentle step up into a bowl turn, and then a flat turn with a big rut. There's about 3 ruts to the inside and a very low berm on the outside. You've got to carry a ton of speed out of that. Maybe click a short shift into 3rd, then you can rail, jump the first tabletop, the second kicker tabletop, and then you head out into the flatland section, high speed section of the track here next to the forest. As we run into some flat turns, this is where ruts are going to develop, and if you can't find a rut, you're going to go farming. You can see Wheeler, he's about 6'3" is Wheeler, and he almost disappeared into one of those big ruts. So working his way through the flatland sections, this is where there's pretty much no grip. So if you don't find a rut, you are going to be down on your ear or throwing it out into the scenery. Slow sections. A lot of the riders on the big 4 strokes running maybe 1 or 2 gears higher than they would normally, just to make sure they can use the torque of the bikes, not spin up too much, and just try and fire things out. Back section of the track starts to get a little bit dusted up. You can see there, because it had protection from the trees over the morning session, starting to dry up a little bit more. There was a little bit of rain that came down this morning, nothing too big. We're expecting rain towards the latter half of the second group of heats in the afternoon. Check Wheeler just dealing with those big ruts as we go into the infield section. Another big bowl turn. You've got to carry a lot of speed into this section. This is the timing section. Double, step on, step down, a little bit of a case out before you kind of roll your way through. So even though it's a motocross track, they put some technical features in the middle of it to kind of test the riders. You've got to get your setup on your bike right, you've got to get your timing right, and then you can carry the whole session through. So the boy's staying with Big Wheeler as he consolidates his number 3 spot out there. Reynard is running the numbers off front. He has a 34-second lead as our race leader. Reynard out there on the KTM running bike number 23. Brandon Wheeler now up into the number 2 spot, but he is a long way off the back wheel. If things carry on like this, the winning margin will be probably getting on to or just over a minute for the big guy from Cape Town. This is our second place rider, Big Wheeler, looking nice and comfortable. The track definitely coming to him. That bowl turn there, that was greased up big time 2 weeks ago at the pre-national. And if you watch his back wheel, you'll see a little bit of roost and dust starting to come up. So by the time we get to the pros, that looks like it might be our race leader. No, it's not. It is bike number 95. So we'll just try and pick up on some of the numbers there. Bike 99. So that was our rider sitting there in 3rd place, Levi Doherty. He was running pretty good laps as well, 2:15s. He was actually matching Brandon Wheeler's lap times, but he was not being able to close down the gap. So mistakes coming thick and fast, and already into the lappers there. That's Andrew Mostert for ANCAT Racing. He's in that Just One Racing kit on a brand new 250 Husky SX. That's a 2-smoker. So because of the ruling of the support class, you can kind of bring what you like. So it's nice to see the guys out there trying to pick up on the fact that I think Brandon is out there on one of the older model KTM 450 FXs. Dancing his way through. Let's do a quick time check here as we close in on the last 5 minutes of the race. 4 minutes and 13 seconds to go, and then we'll add a lap onto that before we bring out the first checkers of the morning session. Let's just run through the program of the day as we catch Big Wheeler racing his way through the bowl turns. So this is the combined MX3 and seniors support category. Then we go into high schools, then a couple of junior categories, which will start out with the 65s into the 50s, followed by the MX2s. We'll see some big lap times coming in from the MX2 riders. Then the 85s, just to break up the big dogs. Then into the ladies, and we round the first set of heats out with the big dogs, the MX1 Pro category. You'll see a lot of cross riders as well, so if you hear me mention the riders' names maybe 2 or 3 times in a row, that's because we do a lot of cross riding out here at the regional and national motocrosses. Cross riding being a rider will enter into a high school 125 and an MX2, or a rider will enter into an MX2 and an MX1, depending on their contracts and their sponsorships. So we'll be talking about quite a lot of riders throughout the rest of the day. Some fairly good numbers coming in for the entries throughout all the categories as well, as once again we continue our action. It's the Brandon Wheeler show for heat number 1 and round number 1 of the Racing Championship with the MX3 and senior support combined. Reynard did get the big hole shot and ran off the front. His gap now is starting to extend. He's putting around about 8 to 9 seconds a lap into the rest of the field. Wheeler has improved his lap times. He's got it down to a 2:15. That's his best lap. His lap time last time out there was a 2:18, so he obviously had a mistake off camera that we didn't pick up on. But yeah, you can see 1 or 2 riders already peeled off the side of the track and just not finding the groove just yet. Let's run through the positions right now. Reynard leads out in the MX3s, and he's first on the road at the moment. Leading out in the support class is Brandon Wheeler. He's second on the road. He's the rider we've been following on that KTM riding bike number 73. Then Levi Doherty is in 3rd place, followed by Dean Wheeler, Keegan Deploy, Aston Allen, Jonathan Deploy, Sheldon Watkins, Tyron Watkins, Ricardo Caforio, Andrew Mostert, Brett Fields, Quinton Foster, and Dylan Duplessis takes us to our 14th rider. So we did lose 1 rider a couple of laps ago, and that's why we saw one of those riders off to the side of the track on cue. Thank you, LiveX crew, for picking up on the rider who's parked off on the sideline. Early bath for him as Wheeler just dances and tickles his way around. In the closing stages now. 1 minute and 30 on the countdown as we get ourselves used to the look and feel of Chestnut Motocross Track. Just down the road from Legends MX, so this is a big motocross racing and practice area. A lot of riders using this type of terrain to come and get their bikes dialed in and set up. In the lappers there, you can see number 21 there, Ricardo Caforio, getting out of the way. staying to the outside line, allowing Brandon Wheeler to just dance on up the inside without too much drama. Didn't slow his roll, and the rider's starting to feel a little bit of the pace come in here. You got to remember, these were the second gates to go out this morning in the very greasy and snotty practice session. MX1 riders went out first, so they came home absolutely roosted, and the idea of putting the MX1 riders out first was so that they could actually cut the lines, cut the ruts, and form the track as it needed to run. So it's going to be 2 laps to go for Wheeler. Time bar hasn't come into play just yet. The ticking clock still telling us that there are 25 seconds on the count back. So this will be the penultimate lap of racing for Wheeler as he tries to close things down on Reynard. As I said, that gap is starting to grow. It's going to be close to a minute at the moment. At the last time of crossing the stripe, it was 56 seconds that Reynard had over Wheeler. But remember, it is a combined category, so Reynard is off the front. As he heads towards the finish line, we'll try and pick up on a shot of him, but he's got almost half a lap out front of Wheeler right now. Nice shot telling us the story of those big ruts. And that's basically the finish line corner there. You can see the rider in the background there jumping and hucking his way on the step up. A lot of riders going for the outside railing line. It looked like it was a 94 coming through there, so that would have been Keegan Deploy. We're staying on this shot there to see if we can pick up on our race leader as he comes through. Reynard has pretty much not put a foot wrong the whole way through. That's 1 lap to go aboard, so that's our race leader about to launch the big tabletop next to the thatch viewing hut. So Reynard is officially on his final lap of the race as he tries to continue his dominating run. 8 laps scored and counted, so it's going to be a 9-lapper race for him to get the job done and run out there. That is Reynard. That's a confirmation of bike number 23, so the rider out of Cape Town, a former multiple MX1 and MX2 champion in his own right, and now fitting into his age group category, but still runs pace similar to some of the MX1 and MX2 riders out there. So Reynard getting the job done, riding out of Fast KTM down in the Cape, traveling the length and breadth of this country, probably raced on every single track every year of his life since he was around about 6 years old. So he knows all these tracks and the setup like the back of his hands, and we'll stay with Reynard as he takes us through the last half of the race. No issue for Reynard there, up and over, finding a good setup on his machine, down into the bowl turn, staying up and out of the ruts, and continuing to pull what will be just over a minute out of the chasing pack. Brandon Wheeler, here's that timing section, up onto the tabletops, in and out. So it's all about finding a rhythm there. If you case out into every single one of those faces, you will know about it. You may not hurt yourself, but it'll just take that pressure, extra pressure on the bars, the chest, the heels, the ACLs will be feeling it. Nice little flow section here. The inside, outside, short turnaround into the back section here. We lose the riders out of shot for just a moment behind the trees. Then they come into a flat huck. The rider in front there just showing us how it's done. We'll hang on this shot here for a second as we pick up on Reynard as he charges up and over. He'll jump this jump all the way to flat. It doesn't have a backside per se. Here's our race leader as he comes on up and over. Hangs on to third gear. Nice step up into the bowl turn. He'll take the inside rut. I think it looks like he's linking inside to inside. Yeah, he is. So he's hitting some nice mid-rut lines there. Goes to the outside, and this will be our first checkers of the day. Anthony Reynard from Fast KTM takes the first checkers of the day. That will give him the win in the MX3s, with Brandon Wheeler taking the win in the support category as well. So good numbers on the page as we get ourselves ready for the next gate. That's going to be our high school category riders. The high school racers will give us some real fast lap times as they come on down the stripe. Let's just give you a run through of how things look then. Reynard taking the win over Wheeler with Doherty in the number 3 spot. All riders look like they found some time towards the end of the track there, so I don't think any fatigue was coming into play for our riders. It looks like the track is drying out and finding its groove nicely. So Reynard beating out on Wheeler, with Dean Wheeler improving throughout the race to take a 3rd place overall but a 2nd place in the MX3s, with Levi Doherty in the number 4 spot, Keegan Deploy in number 5, Aston Allen Then it was Jonathan Duploy, Sheldon Watkins, Tyron Watkins, Ricardo Caforio, Andrew Mostert, Brett Field, Quentin Foster, and Dylan Duplessis. But the first win of the day in category goes to Reynard in the MX3s, and in category for the senior support, Brandon Wheeler takes the cheese. We'll take a breath just for a second as we get ourselves ready for the first heat of the MX High Schools. That's going to be 16 minutes plus 1 lap. Stay tuned for all the action that's going to be coming throughout the day, courtesy of MX SA, brought to you by Livex. All right, on the gate then, held and about to rip the bars off is the high school 1-2-5 category races. Throughout the season, we have had 36 riders scoring points on this gate. Today, not so many of the riders going out there. Watch out for Boren DeToy on the 101. He is good off the gate, but we've also got Luke Grundy. Grundy was the fastest rider in the practice session. Looks like we have got riders just losing their way, not figuring out the ruts, going out of the whole shot queue. The high school 1-2-5s had some of the toughest conditions of the morning session. So we'll just pick up, we'll just let the race kind of settle into itself just for a second before we pick things up. Looks like Rory Donaldson got a really good gate there. He's on the 118. I think it's Rory that's running the numbers out front there. Until I get a close-up shot, I won't be able to confirm that. But we've got some big players, really big players to watch out for. That's the 747, so that's Jordan Van Veek. So Van Veek was running 4th in the morning warm-up. So he has really found some extra time and extra pace. His dad's going to be stoked about that. His dad stood right in front of me down here in the mechanic zone. So it is whole shot racing. If you can see the lines clear without taking roost off the rest of your competition, you are in very, very good shape. Looks like he's starting to get closed down though. So maybe riding a little tight. We'll see if he can figure things out and rebound and react nicely. The flat sections for the high school 1-2-5s, very difficult. Remember, they don't have a lot of low end power. They've got to really find the revs and find the spike of the top end in the rev range before they can actually make any kind of power. 1-2-5s is difficult. One of the taller riders out there. It's going to be fun to see what that guy can do. I think that's Rory Donaldson on the gas from KZN. He was really battling with the muddy conditions. Sometimes you can find the taller riders, the more rangy riders, are able to move their bodies around and get traction where the other riders aren't. But in the morning session, it was very difficult. Nice bar banging racing action. Donaldson and DeToy all over each other. as Jordan Van Veek continues to run the pace up front. There's Barnes. So Barnes starting to make a move now on the 101. Husqvarna superstar who's really made a name for himself over the last couple of seasons, now moving himself up into challenge for the race lead. So it's two Husqvarnas running the pace out front, 1 and 2. Gas Rider in the number 3 spot. And a lot of these early dices were set up by what went down off the hole shot. So Van Veek doing a good job there. Check this out, this big dice that's starting to develop now. The 268 of Ryan Adler has come into play. So Adler looks like he's had a little bit of a nightmare of a lap number 1, finding a lot of friends out there. You're going to see this cluster of riders join each other very soon. Luke Grundy, not the gate that he wanted on the number 1 factory Red Bull KTM machine, but I think you're going to see the number 1 start to close things down right now. Very good pace coming in for Du Toit as he continues to try and chase onto the back wheel of Van Veek. Van Veek looks like he has found his groove very nicely indeed. Thank you very much. Adler sitting in a podium position at the moment, and already Du Toit looking over his shoulder, maybe not comfortable, maybe feeling something's a little bit off with the setup of this machine. But right now we stay on point and keep an eye on what is going down out there. Jordan Van Veek looked like he had a bit of a stall out problem on the inside turn there, and you can see this is going to be the battle that will heat up. I expect a pass to be pulled towards the end of this racing lap. We're coming to the close of this lap. There we go. There's Du Toit, pulls the pin, just carried a little bit more speed up and over the big setup, carried extra speed into those big ruts. So he's carrying a lot of corner speed into the flatland sections where you really need to carry momentum into those big ruts. Back on the pipe, dances his way through the timing section. That was done nicely as well. So he's got clear air, and he's going to run clear air probably for about 2 or 3 laps until he comes into the lappers. So watch for him to reach for a roll-off or a tear-off on his goggles. But the 101 of Du Toit is gone right now. And I think we're going to see some fast lap times get recorded by the standout rider. He's going to be doing double duty today as well, racing in the high school 125s and the MX2s. So he does get a bit of breathing space. They've spaced out the program on the day nicely to promote cross riding, to make sure that all riders get a chance to have the best run at each of the categories they're racing in. Nice scrub all the way out to the flat. Warren Du Toit feeling the groove, feeling the zone. The track is definitely finding its ruts and its grooves now as everyone settles into the rhythm. Watch for changes of lines though. Sometimes those inside and mid-turn ruts don't hold, or they just drag a little bit too deep, and then you're dragging your pegs or dragging your levers in there, and the riders will maybe go to the outside every now and again just to give themselves a bit of a break. Also, you do get accelerating and braking bumps inside of those ruts as well. So as we say, the track will develop throughout the day, form different ruts, form different flows. You'll see different riders feel more comfortable going inside or outside. At the moment though, Warren Du Toit dominating on the 101, riding out of factory Husqvarna Racing. Nothing quite like the sound of a track full of high school 125s and crazy teenagers getting the job done. Let's run through the riders that are on the gate at the moment. You've got Ryan Adler, Rory Donaldson, Warren Du Toit, Tristan Darrow. We chatted to him before the race. Watch out for that kid. He should be able to come through on the MotorX machine. Didn't get the gate that he wanted to though, so that's why he's down there in trouble. Then Grundy, Blake Osner, Bryce Peterson, Tyler Peterson is out there as well. Sean Swart, Kate Van Deventer, Jordan Van Veek, Damien Fenter, Lucas Fenter, and Blake Young. Blake Young also looked like he was running some really good lap times in the morning practice, but could not get the gate that he needed to get out and get gone. So we're keeping an eye on our race leader at the moment, but we'll probably be panning back shortly as the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle will no doubt start to heat up. Remember, big thanks to all of our sponsors bringing you all of the racing action. This is Livex bringing you MXSA, the final round out at Chestnut, brought to you by TRP Distributors, Venture Sports, Bar Aviation, Pepsol, Red Bull South Africa, Missing Second, WIM and Bandit Graphics. I'm Matt Hollywood Smith on the mic, bringing you all the action, and the coverage is out there, brought to you by boys and girls in the bibs on the cameras of Livex. Let's keep an eye on the lap times as Barend du Toit just stretches his legs over the big tabletop. He's running some stellar pace, 2:04.4, so just under 2:05 for his fastest lap time. 4 laps scored and counted as we are closing in on the halfway marker of this race. Remember, it's a 16 lapper plus 1 lap. Jordan van Veek continues to run in the number 2 spot. This is the rider we're picking up on right now. Perfect timing for the crew and the editors out here for LiveX, bringing us the action. The 747 of Van Veek as he rides out on his Team Ridgeway Rockstar Energy TRP Racing Husqvarna. Love the colors on this machine as well. Running SA colors. So Van Veek running 6.9 seconds off our race leader at the moment, and nervous as well. Keeps hanging over his shoulder to keep an eye on where Cade Van Deventer is. He's running the number 16 machine, so he's moved up quite nicely on the Alfie Cox Racing gas machine, one of the taller riders out there. But right now, Van Veek, even though he looked nervous on laps 1, 2, and 3 until the pass was made, seems to have settled nicely into his own rhythm. Second place and quite comfortable. A rider in the foreground there, looks like he might have gone down in one of the big ruts. Stalling out, just not keeping the revs high on the 125 2-stroke machines. Nice spread of machinery as well. Pretty much all covered by the KTM SA family. All riders out there on Husqvarna gas or KTM equipment. One rider out there on a Fantic, and that is Jordan van Veek running on the number 2 spots. This is the rider we're watching right now. Fantic coming back into the country, making a name for themselves. Fantic, one of those European brands. Very, very big name in the world of trials, but also some heritage in the world of motocross. Cool to have some new brands and new equipment coming into SA motocross racing. So as we stare at the Venture Sports inflatable arch, we continue with the journey that is a 7.4 Racing Jordan van Veek on the Ridgeway machine. Riding out of KZN on the Fantic. Still running what's going to be close to 10 to 15 seconds off the race leader at the moment. No, he's kept it pretty solid. 9.7 seconds is the gap. Barend du Toit also looks like he's settled into a fairly comfortable rhythm. Laps 3 and 4 were his pinners, where he was able to pull out the big gap on our second place rider that we're following at the moment. 4 seconds is the gap, by the way, off the back wheel of Van Veek to Cade Van Deventer. So it's going to be fun to see what these guys are able to do and if Van Deventer has any kind of reaction to the pace of the top 2 dogs that are running out front. We'll pan back at some point as we see Van Veek make a small mistake there. The battle for 3rd and 4th is definitely going to heat up with just 2 seconds between Van Deventer and the number 1 KTM of Grundy. So Grundy is coming on, but we are now in the officially second half of this racing heat. So time's going to tell if anyone's going to fade backwards or anyone is going to find that extra little turbo boost and swing off the back, as the guys like to say, to charge on up the road. right, just lost comms for a second there. If there's a change in audio, it's because I've stepped out of the van and just come and stood next to my director to keep an eye on things. So you can see we've been following the number 2 spots of Van Veek the whole way through. Just have a quick review of the timing and scoring. No big changes here. Van Veek is still in the number 2 spot and has been able to react to the charge coming in from Van Deventer. So the rider on screen right now running second place, that is the Fantic of Van Veek. Be nice to scan back just now and see if Van Deventer and Grundy are finding each other out there on the track, because they're only separated by 3 seconds. So the number 1 KTM is starting to build pace, but we are in the closing stages of this race. Just 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Alright, so let's run through things as we close in on the last, what will end up being around about 4 minutes of racing. Van Veek just enjoying his time out there. Quick tear off or roll off on the tabletops as he goes past the main thatch. That is pretty much the start finish straight there. So it's the toy ahead of Van Veek. Grundy has now moved up into the 3 spot, so we'll go back just now and pick up on the number 1 KTM. See where he is on the track and see if he's got any time in hand. Just 5 seconds off the back wheel of Van Veek. So 10 seconds is the advantage for our race leader. Then 5 seconds back to Luke Grundy. So Grundy has found some pace and has spent the last 3 or 4 laps closing in on the back wheel of Van Deventer to get himself up and onto a podium placing. So Van Veek's going to be an interesting one to watch out for. See if he can react to the building pressure. The pit boards will no doubt be telling him that Grundy is coming. There is Grundy right now. So good reaction from our crew out there, and the director picking up on Grundy, the big number 1 plate on the factory KTM. He has got it down to under 5 seconds, so this is going to be fun to see what he can do. But time is against him. 1.5 minutes plus a lap left in the race for Grundy, but he has done the hard lines, the hard yards, and got himself up into a podium placing. But I don't think he's got enough time in hand unless Van Veek or Du Toit make a big mistake in the closing stages. Check out the bold turn and those high lines. He's starting to dust up and move up as we continue the show that is Grundy. Obviously he's got the big number 1 plate. He's wrapped up the championship. And the big guy, who's kind of too big for a 125, but somehow makes it work for himself. He'll be doing some cross riding as well for the factory KTM boys. High school and MX2, double duty for him. So the clock showing us that there are 40 seconds left until the 1 lap board comes out. Looks like Grundy and our race leaders are going to just miss out on seeing the 1 lap to go board. So the 1 lap to go board should be coming out pretty soon, as Grundy looks like he is 2 to go. 3rd place for him. So Du Toit, Van Veek, Grundy, Van Deventer, Damien Fenter has moved up nicely into a number 5 position. Peterson, Young, big surprise. Looks like he really gelled nicely in conditions this morning, but he is going to be able to really tough it out now, because he is down in a number 7 position, and that's a rider that should be chasing top 3s and 4s, worst case top 5 throughout the day. Grundy continues to rock and roll his way through, but ruining a bad gate and a bad start, and that's why he's down there in trouble at the moment. 3rd place looks like the best he's going to be able to do in the morning session at least. So Du Toit, yeah, the gap has come down. Jordan Van Veek has reacted, but I think it's more a fact that Warren Du Toit on the 101 has rolled off. 9.7 seconds, the gap between 1st and 2nd place, then Van Veek and Grundy. Grundy is 5.7 seconds off the back wheel of Van Veek at the moment, so no reaction at the moment. As KTM media are out there as well, filming the story of the race. We continue watching 3rd place as Du Toit will probably start his last lap in just a few moments. Bryce Peterson in 6th place, Young, Giroux, Okay, so I just saw the 101 head towards the finish line there. So Warren du Toit heading towards the finish line. So he's either going to be seeing one lap to go, or he's going to be seeing the checkers. Just trying to get a confirmation shot of whether we're heading onto the last lap or the checkers are out. Either way, we are looking at... Yeah, there we go.
Last lap. I don't see a checker there.
Sorry, my director in my ear there just saying we couldn't, either of us could not see the checkered flag there, so we are still under race conditions. But maybe there's a chance of Grundy to go out there and do something. He's pulled the gap back to 3.9 seconds. So Grundy is on a burner. Check out the shopping list of riders that just could not find their way through. Tristan Duro and Ryan Adler and Tyler Peterson, they are locked together in a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th at the moment. But just that start and a very greasy turn number 1 was their undoing. Grundy just throwing in the fastest lap of the race on a 2:05.4, showing us that he's a man on a burner right now. I don't think he's going to see the back wheel of Van Beek, but he is. Is going to be stacked as we go out of high schools into some of the junior categories. Straight out of high schools we go into the 65s and the 50cc riders. 65s will be out there on the big course, and the 50cc's on a slightly more shortened version of the big track that we are seeing right now. Good cut from our director there as we go back to Warren du Toit in that teal racing kit on the 101 factory SA Husqvarna 125 racing machine. Pure blue smoke, as we like to call them. All of these 125 racing machines coming out of Husqvarna, KTM, Gas, and Fantic. As du Toit is already celebrating on his last lap, he has come on in there. One more corner to go. Just trying to see what is going on as celebrations are on. And the checkered flag is out. There is Warren du Toit. Did a good job, didn't get the gate he wanted, came out of the gate in a number 3 spot. Worked hard to get it through. Make some nice early passes by lap number 3. He was in clear air. This has run through the big dogs. No big changes inside the top 4 from around about the 3-quarter marker. With du Toit beating out on Van Beek, Grundy, Van Deventer, Venter and Young did move past Tristan Duro late on in the race to get a 6th place. Duro down in 7th, ahead of Peterson, Ryan Adler, Tyler Peterson, Lucas Venter, Rory Donaldson, Blake Osner and Sean Swart. But it's du Toit who takes heat number 1 of the high school 125 gate. Next up, it's 65cc racing. 65cc races on the line on the big track. This is going to be a 14 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Guys tangling, banging bars straight out the gate. We've got 3 riders out, so that is going to make things a little bit interesting as the rest of the race unfolds. Before we pick up on the positions on the track, let's talk about the riders out there. 65cc riders: Henrico Barwise, Evan Frost, Owen Graven, Viv Cameron Howell, Trenton Kretzmann, Ross McKenzie, Chloe Odendahl's out there as well, Aidan Retief, Cassie Van Sale, Quade Walker, Reese Carl Wenzel, and Raiden Wools taking us out there onto the line. We'll pick up on all of the riders as they go down the stripe to see who's going to be running the big numbers. Kretzmann looks like he got the jump off the gate, so he's on the 94, and already, and this is only a quarter of the track raced, he's got a 2.3 second lead over Wools with Aidan Retief. That's bikes 94, 345 and 42 running 1, 2 and 3, separated by less than 5 seconds, as you'd expect coming off the gate. But watch out for some come from behind rides for the rest of the riders that got tangled up, banging bars and locking levers out of the gate. Some very nervous moms and dads, no doubt, until we see all riders across the stripe. Looks like we've got everyone through on the timing stripe at least. So this is what it looks like inside of the top 12, and let's just let the race settle down for a moment. So Kretzmann getting the whole shot. Ahead of Wools, Retief, McKenzie, Howell, Van Sale, Walker, Frost, Odendahl, Wenzel, Graven and Barwise. Barwise and Graven, definitely the 2 riders getting hooked up and crossed up and all over each other coming out of the queue. So Kretzmann in good shape at the moment. Riding out of KZN on the Husqvarna for Perry's Bikes, sponsored by Fox Racing and Fuchs. So waving the flag nice and high. I saw some of these kids made the trip up here 2 weeks ago for the pre-national to understand the setup on the track, setup on their bikes, understand how everything is rocking and rolling out there. Championship not quite wrapped up just yet. Kretzmann coming into this round with a 15-point lead over Frosty. So Frost is the rider that really needs to figure out how to get the best of Frost and no-show at this race. So it looks like, for all intents and purposes, Kretzmann is going to walk away with the title this time around. And the race pace and riding just shows the skill of this rider. Maybe a little bit too tall for the 65cc bike at the moment, but that just puts him in really good shape as he goes forward into next season, where he'll move up into the 85cc gate. Look at that, the little 65cc's clearing the finish line tabletops with style and aplomb. Gotta love the way this kid stands up and just stretches his legs, swings off the back, as they like to say. Definitely the tallest rider on the gate at the moment on the 65cc's. So power to weight not really going in his favor, but at the same time, because he is a tall rider, he's able to move his weight around a little bit better than the smaller kids out there, and that's definitely to his advantage when it comes to rut riding on a style of track like we have here out at Chestnut. So 65cc's on the big track, 14 minutes plus a lap, so we'll smash that out pretty quickly. These guys are doing very respectable lap times as well, not too far off the pace of the high school 125 riders that we saw just a few moments ago, around about 20, maybe 30 at the worst case seconds a lap slower. Kretzmann already putting 14.5 seconds into Raven Wools with Cassie Van Sale right there on his wheel. So that battle for second place is one that we'll keep an eye on. It looks like we're going to allow Kretzmann to go out into the wilderness by himself, and we'll turn our attention back to the number 2 battle, which is going to be between bike 345 and 234. The battle for second place separated by less than half a second. That's going to be a wild one. Right now, it's the Kretzmann show as he puts in fastest lap after fastest lap. If you just tuned in, welcome to the show. We're going to be covering all the action from the final round of Motocross SA's last round of their national championship out here at Chestnut in the Bronkhorstspruit area, just outside of Gauteng. pretty much on the border as you go into Mpumalanga. All the action brought to you by Livex. I'm Matt Hollywood-Smith, and our sponsors for the tour, TRP Distributors, Venture Sports, Bar Aviation, Prepsol, Red Bull SA, Missing Second, WIM and Bandit Graphics. MXSA putting on a great show as they travel the length and breadth of South Africa, racing in Port Elizabeth, Cape Town, KZN, and finishing off the big show up here in Gauteng. One or two of the regional riders not making the trip up, but obviously riders that were battling for form in the championship as well. Throughout the season, we have had 29 riders scoring points out there as we focus in on bike number 40, getting the job done out there and trying to just muscle the way through. This is Hendrico Barwise on the 40 machine, one of the riders that went down in a blaze of glory off the gate. Didn't even make it to turn number 1. You can see all that dirt on the right-hand side of his shirt on the 40, on his sleeves, and the rider on the Husqvarna riding out of Gauteng as well. He'll been a little bit cheesed off about having to go down. Couldn't see whose fault it was, but it was just one of those racing incidents where riders lean on each other and the bars get tangled up, and eventually one of the riders goes down and takes down maybe 2 or 3 riders with him. Nothing too nasty as well. Looks like it was around about the second gear switcheroo where the riders went down, so it's going to be up to Barwise to try and just get his groove on. Still looks a little bit rattled and shaken from going down, but he is starting to climb the ladder. Barwise showing on timing and scoring, moving up into 9th place, so he has broken it down into single digits. As Cressman runs off the front, the reaction has come from Cassie Van Sale. So Cassie Van Sale on the 234 has now moved into 2nd place. That battle between himself and Raiden Wools obviously ending with a good strong pass and an extension as well. So soon as Cassie Van Sale moved into the number 2 spot, he was able to pull out over 6 seconds as we continue to watch one of the come from behind riders on the 40 machine, Hendrico Barwise. Showing on timing and scoring, moving up into single digits onto a number 9 position. So next up after this, it's going to be our 50cc race. Heat number 1 for them on the short circuit. So a little bit of adjustment time between this race and the 50cc's to make sure the marshals are out there to guide the riders, and they close off just a small section of the track. They'll be out there for a 12-minute plus 1 lap, and then we'll go into the first of the what we like to call the pro heats, and that's going to be the MX2 250F races. Yeah, you can run a 125 smoker if you want to, but on a track like this, you definitely want the low down torque of a 254 stroke, and that's what most of the field will be running the next 2 heats. So 65 cc's, around about the halfway marker of their race. Then it's onto the 50s, then the MX2s, then into the 85s, the ladies category, and we'll end off our morning session as we try and catch up a little bit of time that we lost from our morning practice. 50cc's really battling with the greasy conditions. We had extra rain in the days building up to this event, and the track was a little bit of a quagmire this morning. It's lining up quite nicely now and rutting up, so it's becoming nice and raceable. But Chestnut does tend to become a little bit of a one-line track as we watch the kids get nice and comfortable as they air their way out, up and over the 2 finish line tabletops. Really good camera work here as we start to pick up on the riders coming through the field. Looks like the 85 of Ross McKenzie. He's on the gas riding out of Natal, sponsored by ASP International, Motorex, Alvicox Racing, Gas, TRP Distributors, USN, Hall Retail, and Ramac. That's his whole shopping list gone through. And we can give the kid a nice big high five as the 65cc, the 65cc running the 85 number, moves himself up into a number 5 spot and throws in his fastest lap of the race. A small mistake there, getting pushed wide, getting stood up in one of the ruts and going farming. So he lost around about 1.5 seconds there. So this is not going to be one of his fastest laps, but it looks like McKenzie is closing in on Aiden Retief. So that's going to be a battle that we'll keep an eye on for a number 5 and a possible number 4 spot. Oh, these little 65cc's, they're so cool. They can hold it wide open over some of the big step-ups. That's going to be the battle. You can see those 2 riders on screen right now. That is Aiden Retief on the 42 and the 85 of Ross McKenzie as they battle over some minor points placings, but they're all important for the championship as well. 4th and 5th place. as these kids are in a bit of a battle as well. Retief coming into this round 4th place on championship points. Mackenzie down in 7th. So Mackenzie definitely has the most to gain if he can claw back some positions and claw back some points. As we start to close in on some of the lap traffic as well. Closing in on the lap is a little bit faster than you'd expect, and that is because of a couple of riders going down off the gate. Odendahl, that's Chloe Odendahl, Owen Graven and Quade Walker throwing down their fastest lap, so they're in response mode, trying to move on up and crack their way into some placings. There's Wolves. He just skied it out over the big tabletop there. The step up moving into the number 2 spots on the Husqvarna. Still quite a long way off the back wheel of Kretsman. Comes across the stripe. Now, just at the base of that tabletop is our timing stripe, and he is off the back wheel to the tune of 18.18 seconds. So the Husqvarna rider, that's Kretsman, is off the front by 18.1, but the fastest lap was just put down by Wolves. He is charging big time at the moment, trying to pull some time back. Evan Frost as well. Evan Frost has reacted quite nicely, moving himself up into that battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Once again, we go back and pick up on the 40 of Henrico Barwise. He found 1 position over the last 2 laps since we saw him on the screen. He has now moved up into the number 8 position, trying to get up onto the back wheel of, that'll be Reese Carl Wenzel in the number 7 spot. The riders starting to find each other and starting to pick up a couple of dices, especially out the flatland back, what we would call like the easy section of the track, but it is really tricky to find a groove out there. A little bit of dust flying as the kids come out of that short section of forest. So amazingly enough, even though it was a quagmire this morning, by the time we are finished with the MX2 first heat and our last heat of the MX1s, that'll be our last racing heat of the morning session, I think this track is going to be bone dry, with a couple of big ruts forming at the bottom of some of the bowl turns. Looks like a 105 of Quade Walker getting it done there. He's inside of a number 10 ride, so he's reacted quite nicely coming up the hill. So it's going to be fun to see what these kids can do. If you're enjoying the action, please do a like and a share out there. It's going out there onto the MXSA Facebook page. Feel free to comment. Obviously, we've got some network issues out here. Broncos Crate, a little bit famous for not giving us exactly what we need. So we will work with the challenges that are South Africa at the moment. So Kretsman looks like he's starting to react to the threat of Evan Frost and Wolves coming up, and they're battling for the 2 and 1. That's 2nd and 3rd place. Husqvarna, KTM, Husqvarna, KTM, Husqvarna, Gas. That's how we look as far as manufacturers go inside of the top 6. Interestingly, coming into this round of the championship with all of the categories scoring points throughout the racing season, it's KTM that hold the lead in the manufacturer's title chase. It looks like they've pretty much wrapped it up as well, coming in on 1,034 points versus 757 points against Yamaha. So Yamaha have been coming on strong, especially in the world of motocross for the last couple of seasons. The 105, as we pick up on the shot there, that's Quade Walker, one of the riders that's just really battling to find the groove in heat number 1. Trying to see if there's a little bit of dirt. Looks like maybe on the left-hand side, so Walker maybe one of the riders getting tangled up off the gates. I think I remember seeing him picking himself up unceremoniously off the ground. As we go back and pick up on our race leader, you can see the tall rider just getting flagged, one of the riders on the inside rut there, causing some big problems there. It looks like it was our race leader, Kretsman, committing to the inside line where the downed rider was, and that's what brought out the yellow flag in that section. So Kretsman having to just try to climb out of a rut that was probably about as deep as his front wheel on the 65, whipping things out nicely. If you're new to motocross, by the way, when you see a rider running with a red plate means he is the points leader. He is the fastest dude. So normally the rider out front, or the rider challenging for the race wins, will be running the big red plate. Encouragement for the sidelines from friends, fans and media, and often the mechanics, just giving them a little bit of encouragement, telling them where they are on the track, giving them some idea of some of the time gaps they are running over their competition as well. 778, we just saw a quick shot there of Viv Cameron Howell trying to get the job done as Kretzmann continues his charge. 2 laps to go on the count back. So Kretzmann is going to see the 1 lap to go board. 1 lap board just hangs out in time for me to see the shot. So this is our race leader Kretzmann styling the Husqvarna 65cc machine up and over the tabletops. He's on his last lap. He's on an absolute burner. Interesting enough, though, he does not hold the fastest lap time of the day. The fastest lap time of the day is the guy that has been pushing on to try and close down the advantage. The number 1 of Evan Frost. Number 1 meaning he is the outgoing and champion from 2022 on the season. That's what we like to see with our junior categories. We have constant movement. Sometimes you'll see a junior rider stay in the category for 1 or 2 seasons, and then they jump up and climb the ladder. These riders would have started on the Pee-wees, climb the ladder into national 50cc's, then the 65s, and like you see with Kretzmann, he's no doubt going to be moving on up the road into the 85cc's, maybe 1 or 2 seasons on the 85s, and then 1 or 2 seasons on the high school 125 gate, and then you climb the ladder all the way up through the MX2s on the 250Fs. And we call it the Premier category, but actually the Premier category status is shared between the MX2s and the MX1s across the 250F and 450F racing machines. Of course, when you get to that level, you're able to go and qualify and possibly get chosen to represent your Gauteng province or whichever province you race for at the national championships, and then obviously also the African championships and world championships as well, motocross of African nations. We run those championships throughout each of the racing seasons. A couple of our top dogs have just come back from racing both of those events as well, and they're all going to be on the gate a little bit later on today. Right now, Kretzmann closing in on the last quarter of the last lap of the race. He's been out there, he's got the job done, and he can celebrate nicely. Not doing double duty, he is a 1 category racer, so he's not doing double gates. He's just going to be racing off on the 65s, and then he gets a big gap as well, probably around about 3 hours, maybe just over, until he's out on the next gate. So you can see on the last lap here, he's done all the hard work. He's got the big gap over the rest of the field. One more time, up and over the step up, into the right, through the left-hander, and he will see the checkered flag, and he'll take the first checkers of the 65cc gate on the Nationals. Just 2 heats raced, and Kretzmann is the man on the Husky. So let's just run through the shopping list before we get ready for the 50cc's. Kretzmann getting the win done over, well, it looked like it was Frosty, but now we're waiting for a little bit of a change up here because there has been some moving and shaking on the last lap. You see 1 or 2 riders hustling to try and see the checkered flag. Confirmation of Cassie Van Sale continuing to get that number 2 finish done. Raiden Wolfs looks like he's managed to squeak a number 3 ride, with Frosty in a number 4. Yeah, confirmation of Van Sale in number 2 spot. Just waiting for the live timing to update there. So Van Sale takes number 2 spot with Wolves in 3rd place. Evan Frosty, the number 1 plate in number 4 spot. And Aiden Retief beats out on Ross McKenzie. That's the top 6. Next up, 50cc's on the short course.
Behind you, bud. Just check it. Can you take that umbrella down? Just to put it down because Hey, everybody pan back. I'm on Arvin's shot. I'm on Arvin's shot at the start. Pan, everybody get to first positions, please.
One of the coolest things about motocross is watching the little bobbleheads. I love these kids. 50cc racers out there, and they really battled with the conditions this morning. It was so hard to watch these kids try to deal with the track, but it has kind of formed some good ruts. But these are the smallest wheels, smallest capacity, and youngest riders out there at the moment. We've done some course adjustments as well, so of course they're not going to be racing the full track, but it is a 3/4 track, so we're going to see long lap times coming in for these kids. We won't see a lot of laps completed due to that as well, due to the conditions. So 50cc races, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We're expecting to see around about 6, maybe 7 laps of racing as the kids go down the pipe. Mason Barnes, Dorian Buertas, Jared Buertas, Parker Sick, Trey Dean, Aiden Fisher, Riley Hildenace, Luan Jordan, Kobe Kritzman, Joshua Zian Nordia, Bjorn Rutz, Milan Ruhr, and Mason Fisser. Some legacy on the skate as well. Cool to see little Roo, his dad, out there been racing motocross and enduro for many seasons. Now he turns his attention to the lighty, puts all of his support behind the kid out here, making sure the bikes are rocking and rolling, racing, dragging the kid around the country, and getting him in the zone that is motocross. Check on timing and scoring. The guys at Pro Timing doing a cracking job giving us all of the information. Riley Hildenace on the 33 getting the jump on the field, putting some time instantly into the riders behind him. Luan Jordan in the number 2 spot out of the gate, with Parker Sick in 3rd place, Mason Fisser and Kobe Kritzman inside of the top 5. Looking at the championships, it's Riley Hildenace coming into this round that has the lead on points, but not by much. By my count, looks like 16 points ahead of Parker Sick. So watch out for Riley Hildenace on the 33 and Parker Sick on the 333. Those are the riders that are duking it out for the championship. Currently Hildenace in 1st place, Parker Sick in 3rd place. So this is the championship battle that we must keep an eye on, because that is what it's all about. We are down to the final round of championship racing with just 2 racing heats to put as many points on the plate as possible. Bike 20 there, Luan Jordan doing a nice job to try and run the numbers out front. The cool thing is we have got 4 riders that are very close off the front of the gate at the moment, as we will start to see the race develop nicely. The dads out there, they're called pickup marshals, we call them dads. They've got their bibs out there, often have a spare pair of goggles with them. It's for the kids if they get stuck under the bikes or need help getting picked up. They're out there to make sure that the racing can continue. Nice dice starting to develop here. That's good for the number 2 spot. That's between Luan Jordan and Parker Sick. Love the camera work here. We have picked up on the battle for the number 2 spot. We'll allow our race leader to stay out there and run out in the distance. And we'll see what unfolds between the 2nd and 3rd place riders. Love it when it turns out like this so early on in a production. Already 3 minutes into racing and just 2 laps scored and counted. So this is going to be pretty tricky. The first official lap time coming in at 1:56, but of course this is a short lap. So it does sound like they're running faster lap times in the high school 125s, but remember, this is a shorter version of the track. You'll see the little 50cc racers will tend to stay out of the ruts. Basically because if they go into the ruts, they will disappear completely. Sometimes they have to hit them, but if it's a big, deep inside rut, you'll watch the kids just rail the outside. Remember, these are twist and goes, so it is a semi-automatic, well actually a full automatic gearbox, so they've got no way of changing gear. It's just running a centrifugal clutch, twist and go. So the clutches do take a beating. Inside and outside we go. Move up for 2nd place there. Big mistake coming in for rider number 20. So Luan Jordan went way too far on the outside, and that allowed Parker Sick to come on through. So we've got to change up for the number 2 spot, and we'll have to see if the rider in the neon yellow is going to be able to react now that he's got clear air and try and catch up and get onto the back wheel of our race leader on the double 3, Riley Kildernace. One of the riders going down just towards the end of the lap there. Trying to pick up on if that was our race leader or one of the riders at the back of the pack. Timing and scoring will react the next time we go across the stripe and confirm whether that was indeed the case. Riley Kildernace had a 5-second lead, but this may well put Luan Jourdan into the race lead. No, timing and scoring still showing that Kildernace is 5.1 seconds out front. So Luan Jourdan, the rider that we are keeping an eye on the screen at the moment, riding on the number 20 machine out of Gauteng on the Husqvarna, sponsored by RTR, Motul, Zombie Networks, Pepsol and Pollard Inc. Doing a good job to get himself and his brand out there. As the dads are out there in the big ruts. That's obviously the danger zone for the kids going down and not able to get themselves back up there. But a confirmation of the timing and scoring. So it was Kildernace that went down there off the lip there. Just taking a while for our timing to update itself. So Parker Sick on the 33 is now our race leader. So the 333 of Parker Sick is running out front at the moment. And he's got 12.8 seconds lead. That's huge. So Kildernace is going to be the rider to watch out for if he can make a comeback. At the moment, already heading into some of the lappers, as one by one riders at the back of the pack are having big problems with the challenging conditions out here at their first racing heat. 83, that's Jared Burtis. He's getting put a lap back early on as he tries to figure out the best setup for him and his machine. As Luan Jourdan in second place, 12.8 seconds off the back wheel of our race leader, Parker Sick on the 333. Watch out for the double 3 of Riley Kildernace though. Timing and scoring showing that he is just off the back wheel of this rider. But it doesn't show that on our screens. So I think that might be a glitch in the matrix, as they say. 2 cats. Half race distance now. 6.5 laps done. 5.5 laps to go. Plus 1 lap for the kids out there as they go up and over the tabletops. The wind is starting to pick up nicely. I think that's why we're seeing some of the kids flying a little bit low. Remember, the smaller bikes do get blown around and affected by the crosswinds a little bit more than the bigger bikes. And of course, the kids don't have the strength to pull the bikes back in the air as well, just because they are so small and so young. So the wind is pumping. That's good news, but it may be blowing some weather towards us. We had a couple of drops of rain earlier this morning. Nothing too nasty, but I think a little bit of rain between heats 1 and 2 would be good news for the track, as it's starting to get a little bit dusted up and blown out, especially on the face of some of the big takeoffs. So let's run through the positions as they stand right now. Riley Kildernace has come forward. So while we've been keeping an eye on Luan Jourdan, it's showing on timing and scoring that Riley Kildernace has moved forward into the number 2 spot. I didn't see that happen, but you never know. I could have blinked and a rider has snuck on through. So it's Parker Sick on the 333, Riley Kildernace on the double 3, then Luan Jourdan, the neon rider that we've been following. He's sitting in a number 3rd place. Bit of a lonely 3rd place at the moment, but the rider on the move seems to be Riley Kildernace. He is now 9.8 seconds off our race leader. Kobe Kretzmann, who was our early race leader, dropping down into a number 4 spot. He may be able to pull back some time, but he is a long way off a podium at this stage of the game. Dorian Burtis in 5th place, Mason Fisser in a number 6, with Joshua Zion Nordia in a number 7, Mason Barnes in a number 8, Trey Dean in 9th, and Bjorn Ruetz taking us to our magical top 10. So Luan Jourdan, the rider we are following and have been keeping an eye on for the last couple of laps, but I think we'll turn our attention back and try and pick up on Kobe Kretzmann on the 15. He may be the rider that can charge on up. He had a good run out the gate. He's our championship points leader on the 15 machine, running a Husqvarna. So we'll see if he's able to come and charge his way through the traffic and get on point once again to get up and chase down a podium placing. That's old man Greeny just pushing on there. Alessandro Green on the 141 down in 11th place. Getting some encouragement from Rob Green there from RGM. Rob Green Motorsport Development. As the riders are now into the lappers, which often changes the look and feel of a race. Cool little cluster of riders down here, trying to see what they can do. I think that first neon rider is actually Alessandro Green, so it'll be Greeny, Aiden Fisher, Jared Burtis and Milan Roux, who are trying to break their way inside of the top 10 at the moment. Very equally matched on their pace and lap times, all running on around about a 2.8, maybe a 2.7 throughout their race. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on our magical ticking clock before the last lap board comes out for our juniors. Tough racing for the kids out there to try and understand the conditions and ride the ruts, especially out the back section there that we're following this cluster of riders. The flat corners are tough. Some of the riders getting pushed all the way to the outside to find the flat track areas, but of course they've got to go a long way out there. Some of the riders though going for the inside ruts and chancing it. There's more risk if you're going to the ruts, but obviously it's a shorter throw from the outside to the inside of the turns. The track team will no doubt do a little bit of watering and sprinkling and maybe clean up some of the ruts before we go forward into the second set of racing heats. But for now, the kids are dealing the hand that they have been dealt. 420 of Mason Fisser there. He's the last rider in shot there, or the second last rider in shot, working the outside line on the 420. He's running in 7th place at the moment. A nice ride coming in from Fisser and not too far off the back wheel of Joshua Zion Nordia and Dorian Burtis, trying to break their way inside of the top 5 on the countback. Strange conditions out here at Chestnut as we roll into the racing month of November. Cool conditions this morning, but the sun is starting to break through and it's feeling a little bit Peter Madsbergy out here. A little bit sticky, a little bit close as they would say. Trey Dean on the 117 running in 8th place, trying to get on point and run inside of those magical top 5s. 1 or 2 riders having mechanical issues. We do see this with the 50cc machines. They are pushed to their maximum, and because they run the automatic clutches, the stator is one of those horrible words that all the dads dread going wrong. Sometimes you have a good bike, sometimes you have a bad bike. Often with the motocross dads, they will go through 2 or 3 of these racing machines throughout the season just to keep hours off their number 1 machine. The kids will often have a practice bike, a regional bike and a national bike, but yeah, as the Rand weekends, unfortunately, riders are having to make one bike stretch all the way through their racing. Oh, one of the riders going down there. I think that was the 117 of Trey Dean. He was running in 7th place and going down in one of those ruts, and that's what we do see with these smaller machines. Go to the rut, you can get caught out and go down, and that was Dean running in 7th place, so that's going to see him possibly fall out of the top 10 come the end of play. We're showing that we are on the last lap, so I just want to get a confirmation shot that we are on the last lap. Peter Sick is going to be the rider to try and pick up on the 333, running the Husqvarna, as he manages a 9.7 second lead over the double 3 of Riley Kilvenace. Those are the riders wanting 1 and 2 at the moment. So the last of our junior races, we have covered our MX3 and senior combined support. That was our first heat of the morning session. Then we went straight into the high school gate, into the 65s. We are now on the last lap with our MX50cc Warriors. Straight out of this, we go into one of our pro gates, the MX2s, which will no doubt give us the fastest lap times of the morning session. On the 34 there, that's Joshua Zion Nordia, racing his way inside of the top 6. He's had a good run of form in the morning session. No big problems for him, didn't get caught out too bad, and he's also going to see the last lap board. So all of our riders now running inside of the top 10 will have taken the last lap board. So we're closing in on the checkers for the first of the 50cc races. Remember, all of our categories going out there for 2 racing heats to close out on the 2024 MX SA Championship. 2024, 2023. I'm counting my chickens here. We're about to head into 2024, about to close out on the 2023 championship. Some big mistakes coming in on this event, unfortunately. Luan Jordan just going across the stripe there. He's about to take on a 3rd place there. So next up, as I remind you, will be the MX2 gate. We'll give us some big swingers running the numbers out there. Just going through some of our entry lists, give you an idea of some of the dudes that will be banging. Cameron Durrow, our double points champion, has already wrapped up a double season running on the factory KTM. 2 number 1 plates, and a good international season as well. That's where these guys are heading. It starts on the 50cc gates. It takes you all the way through to the Pro MX2s and MX1s. So the checkered flag is out. Peter Sick on the 333 gets the win ahead of Riley Kildenace. Luan Jordan will be taking the 3rd place points on the number 20 machine. He's taken the flag, as has Kobe Kretzmann. Great gate for Kretzmann, but dropping out into 4th place. And that's going to be an interesting one for the championship as well. Riley Kildenace, his 2nd place, should still see him leading in the championship. Him and Peter Sick will be a little bit closer as they head into the final round of the series. But as you can see, the checkered flag is out. So Kretzmann in 4th, Dorian Brutus in 5th place, and Nordia taking us to a number 6. Next up, it is MX2s. As we go into the pro gates, MX2, here we go. Cam Durrow already wrapped up this championship, 350 points. He has had the perfect season, winning every single heat. Wow. When you look at the points on the page, it is just insane. Very rare nowadays to see someone have the perfect championship. So pretty much we're talking about the battle for 2nd place. Staff Orland on the 265 and Dalton Fenter on the 151 are the riders to watch out for, separated by less than 10 points. Here we go, gate drop time. Staff, one of the tall riders, hangs way off the back, swings off the back, as all the 250Fs charge behind the LiveX commentary booth. Looks like Durrow has got the cheese. So Durrow's going to run off front at the moment. The big story is who can get that number 2 spot. Broski is in good shape. So Broski on the 777, riding on the factory Husqvarna South Africa 250cc machine. So Broski has pulled one out of the bag here on the 777, getting it done, riding out of Berm Husqvarna with backing by Fuchs Zucklin, TRP, Control Dosing, and Aqua Solutions. Absolutely ripping. Broski is going to come under pressure big time as the man who's trying to solidify his number 2 spot in the championship standings, Stav Orland, sends one up the inside, and he's going to go and chase and see if he's got anything. to answer the question that is Cam Durrow. I think Durrow is just going to set sail off the front here. Orland, good enough at the moment. As long as he stays ahead of Dalton Fenter, he is in a happy place. Dalton Fenter on the Yami, not getting the gate that he wanted, so he looks like he is mired down there in 4th place. Now moves through into 3rd. So watch out for the Yamaha kid to come on through there. Just lost something like 2.5 seconds on lap number 1. So the Yamaha rider at the front of this bunch is going to be an interesting story as he blows past and tries to do the chase down. So Broski on the 777 is going to be going backwards pretty quickly. Everyone is starting to build pace now and queue up behind the Husqvarna rider. There's Fenter, Orland, Fenter, and then about 6 riders all over each other as they try to build on the pace. Jaden Proctor, watch out for the man on the Honda as well. He is in the middle of the shot right now. We're going to follow the Honda rider, see what he can do, because he came across the stripe in a number 4 spot. He's dropped down what looks like a number 5 right now, as Luke Grundy on the 450cc, well, it's not a 450, but he's got 450 written on his machine. It's a 250cc machine. I hate it when riders do that. Anyway, he's running bike number 450. He's come through quite nicely to sit in a number 4 spot, and he's getting on the back wheel. See if he can get onto Fenter. A little bit of chopping and changing going on lap number 1 and 2 until the race settles into a rhythm. Orland has done an incredible job to really get onto the back wheel of Cam Durrow. So by no means is Durrow running off into the distance on this one. In fact, look at this. This is going to be a dice now. I don't know if he's trying to pull Orland into something here to try and make him fight for this one. But Durrow looks like he half rolled on that lap there. And Orland is now closed in within half a second of the race leader. Big mistake for Orland there on the inside rut. And that's lost him almost a second straight out of that mistake. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be mistakes. If you don't make mistakes, you've got a good chance of running the numbers. So Durrow, Orland, Fenter, Grundy, Dav Cocker, watch out for the 87. He didn't get a great gate, but he is coming on strong, thick and fast. Is the factory Husqvarna rider who just inked another deal to race multi-championships next year. He's going to be on the MX and the cross-country gates, as well as doing a couple of international runarounds for next year. So watch out if we can see Cocker maybe climb the ladder on the 87 machine to come and join this party. Right now, 1 and 2, Durrow and Orland, separated by just over 1.4 seconds. Orland's bringing it back though. Orland is definitely bringing it back. So Stav Orland coming into this round on a 281. Dalton Fenter on a 274. And a 256 coming in for Mark Carney. Carney a no-show on this gate though for the final round of the championship. So very much the top 3 runners to see who can get the job done. If there's anything that Durrow wants to do, it's just to finish on a clean score sheet and win what's known in the industry as a golden championship. Golden championship, undefeated on every round and every heat of the championship tour. Orland looks like he's put it back down to under a second now. It was 1.4. Last time around 1.2, so he's closing and gaining a little bit of pace, but I think time will show that Durrow should be able to stretch off the frontier. Remember, this is a big one, hey? 20 minutes plus 1 lap for the guys to go out there, so I don't think they're going to give it their all for 20 minutes. You might see a bit of a lull around about lap 6 or 7, where the riders will just kind of catch their breath a little bit. As long as no one's around them applying pressure, they'll roll a little bit, get their breath back, shake out the lactic acid, and then push on for maybe the last 4 or 5 laps of the heat. Right now 1 and 2 in good shape, but I think Fenter is out of this one for now. It's a long way back until you can pick up on the 3rd place battle, and it does look like maybe Grundy may have come up into the number 3 spot. That's 1st and 2nd. We'll stay on the shot for just a moment and see how far back 3rd place is. So it's 1 and 2. Up and over. Stav keeping things nice and real. I think I just saw Proctor on the Honda kind of out of position on the track. So I think Proctor and the Honda have had a problem on laps 2 or 3. That's going to see him battle outside of the top 5. That looked like it was the Yami of Fenta. It's got a specific sound as the Twinson Swallow out of Africa Yamaha. First and second. Fenta is still in 3rd place, and he has gapped the rest of the chasing pack. So Fenta throwing down some solid 2-minute flat lap times, but he's quite a long way off the back wheel of these two as they run the numbers out front. So Durrow on the factory Red Bull Racing SA KTM, and Orland's found a track that really suits his riding style, but I think he's overriding the bike ever so slightly to stay on the back wheel of the newly crowned double champion. Out on the flatland sections and out there, Fenta's pulled up some good times as well. Durrow and Orland running 57s, Fenta running on a 58, so I don't think Fenta on the Yamaha is going to be able to catch up to the back wheel of these guys unless they make some big mistakes. But Fenta looks like he's got a relatively comfortable gap of around about 6 seconds over Luke Grundy on the second of the factory KTMs, and the bike running 450 on the number plate. Orland in second place looks to have changed his body shape ever so slightly and is starting to tighten up as Durrow runs off the front. Lap record after lap record. You're going to see that gap grow now. 1.4 was last time out. Probably getting towards the 2-second marker now for the number 1 KTM rider. So Fenta's in the 3 spot, then Grundy, Cocker in a number 5. Around about 5 seconds off the back wheel of Grundy. So some big gaps out there. Then 6 seconds back to pick up on Jonathan Malimi on the 259. Then Karen Broski, who had a great pull off the gate, but looks like he's tightened up straight away and got some major arm bump, dropping down to 7th place ahead of Tristan Durrow on the 444. Then Cole Mayer, Garrick Henley, Jaden Proctor, Boren Toy, and Joshua Williams, taking us to unlucky for some 13 riders on the gate. Flatland section is definitely where Stav Orland pulls back some big pace. He's now closed in to around about 2 bike lengths, maybe 3 bike lengths off the back wheel of the race leader. Coming across the stripe last time around, the gap was 0.7 of a second. So there's a couple of sections on the track. I think the more technical zones where Durrow is able to pull out some numbers, and then the flatland section, again, that inside run is just catching up Orland. So you had 0.7. Yeah, he's still keeping it pretty honest. I think we've got a race in our hands here, and Orland is right there with Durrow. Here we go, pass for the lead. We're going to stay with this battle as it's come to life. Stav Orland sees clear air for the first time in the morning session, but almost outbreaks himself straight away. He's going to have to run. He's going to have to run and hide. I don't know if there's a problem on Cam Durrow's machine, but straight away he is off the back wheel. So I don't know if he's jammed up, maybe stuck in a 3rd gear or something like that. I'm not taking anything away from Orland. Orland made the pass, closed down the gap, and is running off the front. And this might put an end to the perfect season for Cam Durrow, as we have got 10 minutes plus a lap to go. Could this be a fight back? Maybe Durrow was just suffering some uncharacteristic arm pump and has had to roll out of it, giving himself maybe a couple of laps to catch his breath and then do the chase down. But at the end of this lap, you will have a new race leader, and it will be the man that sits number 2 spot in the championship, Stav Orland. Your Orland supporters are going to be going absolutely nuts as he cracks on, and first time in a long time leads out on the gate. Stav Orland, one of our international riders on a KTM, able to swing it with the best of them. And on that lap, just to show that it wasn't a fluke, throws down the fastest lap of the day. Orland is on a burner right now. 10 laps of racing done. 10 laps. excuse me, 10 minutes of racing done, 10 minutes to go. Here's Proctor. He had a good run going in the early session. Looks like he's lost a peak. So that just confirms that he has gone down the road. Jaden Proctor on the 81 Honda racing machine, down in 10th place after gating inside of the top 5. So this may be a comeback ride for Proctor. Proctor sitting way down in the championship though, 11th place on the Honda, but he is the leading Honda rider on the gate and on the championship at the moment. But he has had a big problem early on in the race. Here's Dav Cocker. We were talking about him a little bit earlier on. Cocker now up into 4th place on the track. Multi-talented rider on the season. If you can believe this, listen to these stats. Cocker has been out there racing on national motocross, national cross country, regional cross country, national enduro, and international enduro. That is one busy dude. And that's the reason he's just once again signed a contract extension with South Africa factory Husqvarna to go racing with them once again in 2024. On the championship, not a bad run of form as well. Cocker on the factory Husqvarna, 5th place on championship points, and with a possibility of moving up 1 or 2 positions today as well. He really has had a very strong second half of the 2023 championship racing tour. Let's check out some of his times as well. Fastest lap time of a 2 flat, or a 2 minute and 0.8. Sitting in a number 4 spot. He's got Jonathan Malimi for company. Malimi's around about 7 seconds off his back wheel, so big gaps between all the riders as we are now in the second half of the first racing heat of the MX2s. Cocker loves it like this. Hey! Almost got a commentator's curse going there. I'm going to say Cocker likes it like this, likes the deep ruts. You can see he's having fun on the bike there. He's got a good setup on his machine. There's nothing better than a rider as well that gets to ink a deal before the last race. They get comfortable, they've got no pressure on their shoulders, and sometimes you see them really come to life. Conversely as well, you sometimes see riders that don't have a good season, and then they throw absolutely everything plus that and the kitchen sink at the last racing event of the season because they've got literally nothing to lose. So Orland is out front and he's extending as well. So Sam Orland on a 1.3, the gap between himself and Duro, as we stay with Dav Cocker. Up the road from Cocker is Luke Grundy. Grundy on the 450 on the factory KTM. So as KTM's running 1, 2 and 3 in the first of the Husky Bananas. And I can say that this time around because he has gone bright yellow on his 250cc racing machine Husky. I think he's gone purple on his 450 that he'll race in the MX1, says Dav Cocker. So Orland with a 1.3 gap over Duro. Then Grundy, Cocker, Malimi, Broski. Broski reacting quite nicely. Seems to be coming back, so clearly just tightened up a little bit too early on. Had to roll out of it. Let his arms come back to him. And he's now moved up on the 777 Boom Racing Husqvarna machine into a number 6 ride. Tristan Durrow on the Motorex 444 ride puts it number 7 ahead of Cole Mayer on an 8. Garrick Henley on a number 9. So the rider that went missing is Dalton Fenter. Fenter, who should be the lead rider on the Tin Swallow out of Africa racing Yamaha. He was running inside the top 4 early on, but he's had a major problem. Looks like Cocker may have had an issue there towards the end of this lap. Maybe just taking a little bit of a breather, trying to understand where he is in the race. Of course, that rollover where he was is quite close to the mechanic zone. So he'll have just been having a good hard look at the pit board, try and understand where his closest rival is. The good news is for him, Malimi about 6 seconds off his back wheel at the moment, languishing down in a number 5 ride ahead of Broski. So the manufacturer counts out there, KTM running a 1, 2, 3, Husqvarna 4, KTM 5, Husqvarna 6, KTM 7, Husqvarna 8, and then the first of the Yamahas is Garrick Henley, running on the Tin Swallow out of Africa racing Yamaha, down in a number 9 spot. Here's Proctor, the first of the Honda riders, also trying to make his way back. 10th place is not going to really help his championship challenge, sitting down in 11th place on championship points. So the Honda rider is on the back foot at the moment. 1.4 is the gap now between first and second place. So for now, Stav Orland is managing his race quite nicely. 1.4 is not what I would call a comfortable lead, so 1.4 is a lead nonetheless. Cam Darrow, I think this is where he's going to get the hurry up. We're inside of 4 minutes plus a lap to go, as our race leader knows what he's got to do. He's got to keep on breathing, he's got to keep on going, keep on charging, and try and spoil the perfect season for Darrow. By this stage of the game, remember, we have hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds of the championship with 2 racing heats each, so that's 14 heats of racing, and Darrow has gone undefeated on every single one of them until now, but it's not over yet. What's coming up next on our calendar for today? Well, this is the closing stages of the MX2 heat number 1. Then it's going to be a 15-minute plus a lap 85cc heat number 1 for them. Then the ladies, and then the MX1s. A very short break, and then we'll charge forward into our second racing set of heats. Ticking off the races fast and furious now, and it's going to change the format of the race as Stav Orland now comes into lappers. Must be a big surprise to see him passing on Proctor. Proctor normally running inside the top 5, and Proctor out the back door today, having big problems early on the Honda racing machine. But it's all good news for Stav Orland, as once again he smashes home a fastest lap, and it's pulled even more time out of Darrow. 2.4 seconds is the lead, and he is going to be stoked on this one. Every time he crosses that little flat landing that they're coming up to very shortly, he's going to go into the mechanic zone, have a quick sneaky look across his right shoulder, and get told that he probably has by this stage almost 2.5 seconds in hand, with less than 2 minutes plus a lap to go in the race. Darrow's body language just tells me he's unable to push or cannot push to get back onto the chase for first place. Orland, though, large and in charge of this one, and he will be stoked on his ride right now. A ton of second places, a few third places, 1 or 2 fourths and fifths, but pretty consistent on his championship challenge. But what has eluded him all season long is a win. That drought could be coming to an end in the next 3 minutes. Into the lappers now, and this is not going to help Cam Darrow. Sometimes lappers help with the first rider going through and opening up the hole, and the rider that's chasing in second place can benefit from that. But I don't think that's the case this time around. Darrow either is out of gas physically, or he's got a problem with his machine, and that's why he's unable to close down on the numbers. Once again, coming into the lappers, that looks like they're putting Dalton Fenter a lap down, and that's a big surprise. So it's Orland ahead of Darrow, Grundy, Cocker, Malimi, Broski, Tristan Darrow, then Garrick Henley in 8th place, having a good ride. Ahead of Mayer, Proctor, Fenter, Borin Toy, who ran great in the high school 125s, but is battling on his 250 Husqvarna, ahead of Josh Williams. So I think this is lining up perfectly. The next time we see Orland come towards the finish line, which is around about 20 seconds away, he is going to see the last lap board. So this is the step up into a right, into a left, and then it's the beginning of the last lap. I'm pretty sure out the corner of my eye I saw the board. There we go, 1 lap to go. And last time around 2.5, I think it's even bigger this time around. Darrow is not going to be able to react this time around. This is going to be a first national win on the season for Stav Orland. He literally has saved the best till last, but if he had this kind of form earlier in the year, he could have made a bit of a fight in the championship. 4.8 seconds his lead on that last lap. So I think Darrow rolled out of this one completely. He knew that he couldn't pull back that advantage that's slowly and surely been increasing. Orland putting time plus VAT into our newly crowned double champion, Cam Darrow. let's just let this guy enjoy this last lap. No more commentator's curse. Just bring it to the line. This is going to be a popular win as well. This guy has been aching for a win all the way through the series. At the opening round, 2 second places. At the second round, 2 third places. Then a second and a fourth. Then a fifth and a third. Yeah, inconsistency, excuse me, has been the curse of Stav Orland on the 2023 championship. But now he puts himself in an incredible position to try and go 1 for 1 on the day and walk away with, well, it'll be the win at the final round, but it'll cement his second place in the championship as well. He's a cross rider, which means he's going to be racing MX1 and MX2. He'll get maybe half an hour or so, maybe 45 minutes to catch his breath before he lines up onto the MX1s, but make some noise for a new winner on the National Championship Tour. He has been pushing hard for this one, and he does upset the apple cart. Stav Orland takes the first heat win at Chestnut in the MX2s, and with that ruins Cam DeRose perfect season, knocking the champ down to a number 2 spot. Is Stav pumped about that one? I think you can say that. So Orland with an emphatic win over Darrow. Grundy in the number 3 spot. Cocker, Malimi, Broski, Tristan Darrow, Hanley, Mayer and Proctor will be our top 10. Next up, it's Pro 85s.
Battery.
Okay, just enough time for a breather as we wait for the track to get cleared of all of our MX2 riders. Next up, 85cc riders. Let's talk about the championship here. Ashton Martin comes in with a 5-point advantage on the Husqvarna ahead of Blade Tilley on the gas. So watch out for bike number 7 and bike number 125. Those are the kids that are chasing down the cheese to see about nailing down a championship. Looking at my entry list though, I can't see the number 7 on the gate. We'll just pick up on that timing and scoring when all of the timing beams are hit. Remember, they'll go through the whole shots. Here we go. The start marshal has just walked across the stripe. So the revs are about to go up and the next gate drop is on the line. 85cc pros. 15 minutes and 1 lap to go. Sorry about that, we lost the signal just for a second there, but we are back up and trucking as the 85cc racers charge on down the stripe. We'll get an update on live timing as soon as they go on through. Some big names on this gate though, huge names. Christian Barrington Smith has actually been a rider on the up and up all the way through 2023. It's going to be interesting to see what goes down this time around and who walks away with the big numbers. So Trent Valeski out there out front ahead of Cruz Martin. Christian Barrington Smith in the 3 spot. Blade Tilley, how cool is that name, man? Blade Tilley, it's got to be fast with a name like that. Then Blake Frost, Derek Van Asperken, Leighton Buerta, Trail Carter, Aidan Henley, Jack Anderson, Ronnie Graven, Riley Rocha, Ivan Swart and Cameron Sticky, the riders inside of a top 15. It's going to be so fun to see what goes down, but it's going to be very aggressive racing as well. So Aston Martin not showing up as an entry this time around, so obviously a late season injury knocking him out. Blade Tilley is the rider that's going to be in charge of the championship, but he only comes in 3 points ahead of Aidan Henley. So that is really the story of the championship right now. Aidan Henley down in 9th place off the gate. He needs to get a big hurry up as Valeski is ahead of Martin and Barrington Smith right now. Always going to be a bit of a scrappy first lap on the 85s as they try and figure out where the lines are. And then around about lap 3 and 4, you'll see some fast lap times come in, and the race will kind of settle itself down into some kind of chaotic rhythm. The 85s, some of the most aggressive riders out there as they get wild, desperately chomping at the bit to move on up categories, move on up into the high school 125s and start their journey into the pro ranks. We were following Valeski out there on lap number 1 and 2, and he is gone, hey? I mean, it's almost a second that he has over Cruz Martin and Barrington Smith. So that is a huge story for the KTM rider. Valeski down in 15th place in the championship, missing out on 2 rounds of the series. He missed out on the May and June events. But man, oh man, I don't think he's a one-track hero, but he definitely has Chestnut dialed in big time. Lap record on lap number 2, so you're going to see that gap grow straight out the gate. He's going to have over a second in hand. The 141 that we stay on board with, that's Christian Barrington Smith. He's now moved up into 2nd place, 3.8 seconds off the back wheel of Valeski, with Tilley, Hanley, Van Asperken and Frosty taking us to a top 6. The only rider at the moment that's really gotten away is Valeski. An incredible jump off the line there, and he is checking out. Barrington Smith, nice quick reaction on lap 1 to get himself up into 2nd place, and maybe he can find his groove nice and early as well and close things down. We'll try and pick up on the 125 of Tilley. He's the rider in the red shirt there on the outside line. Looks like he's just a little bit scrappy at the moment, hasn't found his groove as he's banging bars with Derek Van Asperken on the number 11. So this is the rider that would be king. Blade Tilley on the 125. That's Van Asperken at the back of the shot there. So Tilley and Van Asperken all over each other as they close in on Barrington Smith. Sorry, it'll just take me a minute to get myself in tune as well. The first crazy laps of the 85s, and they've got me scratching my head. Tilley though, the rider we are on shot with. The rider that is trying to nail down a big title chase as well. Getting up onto the back wheel, possibly of Valeski. I think the 125 rider is now starting to find his mojo. That's Barrington Smith in the number 2 spot that he's closing in on. But as far as the championship goes, it's going to be Tilley that we'll be keeping a big eye on. So Valeski on the KTM, the Husqvarna of Christian Barrington Smith, riding out of Westside Motorcycles for Shaw Productions. Van Asperken isn't letting this one go though. This is the dice for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Van Asperken sitting in a number 5 spot. Aiden Henley looks like his timing chip wasn't picking up on lap 1. Aiden Henley is the rider sitting in the number 4 spot. Timing and scoring does a little bit of a shuffle and a dance. Aiden Henley, yeah, he has pulled back big time on laps 2 and 3. Puts down the fastest lap of the day. That's the 51 of Henley. So that's going to be the title chase to watch out for. At the moment, Henley is putting time into Blade Tilley, and that's going to change the championship. It probably means that we're going to head to the second heat and the final heat of the 85s. Dangerously close on championship points. Look at Van Aspecken close things down on Tilley on the flatland sections. Van Aspecken has been doing quite a lot of cross-country GXCC racing, so he's got really good at the high-speed flatland melee field stuff. Combine that with motocross skills, you get a very dangerous rider. So right now, Vasecki is getting closed down. 3.1 seconds is not unachievable, as Barrington Smith sits in the number 2 spot. Then Henley, Tilley and Van Aspecken.
He lost power to his steering. Especially when you can see the scores there. Okay.
Sorry about the signal dropout there. We are back on point as we pick up on the tail end of our 85cc Pro race with 5 minutes and a lap to go. Valsecki getting closed down now. Christian Barrington Smith, the man on a flyer. 1.2 seconds off the back wheel. Aidan Henley has now moved up and past Blade Tilley. So that's what we lost while we were off comms there for a second there. Barrington Smith and Henley on burners right now. 1.2 seconds off the lead, and Henley less than 5 seconds off our race leader, so it's not over. We're picking up on Tilley, who's had some issues around about midway through the race and started to slide backwards. His riding actually showing you his body position. He's a little bit tight, a little bit tired, having to sit down every now and again, and that's what's taking pressure off his arms. So the dreaded arm pump coming in as the track starts to really beat some of the smaller riders up. You can see unable to hold the lines at the moment. The front end chopping and changing out, almost casing out there. So yeah, he's a tired rider, is Tilley. Maybe just running a little bit too hard in the early part of the running. He still has held his advantage over Derek Van Aspergen though. And that is a battle for 4th and 5th right now. Henley looks like he may be pulling some time back. So the battle for 2nd place just up the road from Tilley is going to be an interesting one. Already coming into the lappers though, Ivan Swart on the 84, about to get eaten up by Tilley. So Tilley and Henley, that's the story of the championship. We'll review the numbers as we go into the 2nd racing heat, but that is going to be an interesting one. We love it when the championships come down to the wire. I'm sure the riders and their moms and dads and sponsors don't like it, but for us on the entertainment side of the screen, there's nothing better than a championship coming down to the last lap of the last heat of the last round of the series. Van Aspergen probably closer than he has been so far to the back wheel of Tilley, as Tilley starts to just tighten up in the closing stages of the race. Less than 3 minutes and a lap of racing to go. Some great high shots here. That's Henny up on our cherry picker doing the high shots. Ruan and Aidan on the low ground shots. And in the studio, we've got Ivan, Shaky Burns, and Gareth G-Man Van Vanegart doing all the mixing, making the magic happen. I'm Matt Hollywood Smith, bringing you all the noise throughout the racing day. The first time that LiveX have brought you all the action from National Motocross as part of MXSA at the closing stages of their 2023 Championship Tour. The dust is definitely starting to come up and crust off the top end of Chestnut. And we still have 2 more racing heats at the end of this one to close out on our morning session. Next up will be the ladies, which will be a 15-minute plus 1 lap race. Then the MX1 Big Bangers on the 450s, as Tilley is coming under increasing pressure, making some shapes as he changes up his line choices. But Van Aspergen also is coming through the pack very well. We remain with the number 4 battle between Tilley and Van Aspergen, but up the road things are definitely tightening up, so we'll keep an eye on the race lead, where Valsecki on the number 300 is getting closed down by Christian Barrington Smith on the 141. That gap now less than a second between 1st and 2nd place. So as soon as we can pick up on our riders out there on the track, it's going to be interesting to see what goes down in the last couple of laps between the 300 and 141 machines. Right now, Tilley remains in the 4 spots ahead of Van Aspergen. Less than a minute plus a lap to go as things start to get very tasty in that 4th place dice. Van Aspergen went for the line up the inside in the final turn, but got stood up in the rut. So he's lost around about half a second, maybe 3/4 of a second to Tilley that time around with that small mistake, as we are edging closer and closer to the checkers. So Valsecki has reacted in that previous lap. Obviously lappers slowing him down and maybe mistakes because of having to change lines. Valsecki on the 300 now has a 1.1 second lead over Barrington Smith in the 2 spot on the 141. Those guys should be staring down the last lap board pretty soon. Last lap board should be coming out, or already hung out, for our first heat of our 85cc races. And next up will be the ladies, a 15-minute plus 1 lap, and then the Pro MX1s to take us to the lunch break, a 20-minute marathon plus 1 lap for the big dogs. Let's talk about Tilly for a second. This guy is on the money right now. His season shows that he's in good form, but as we saw with Stav on the MX2s, what Tilly hasn't been able to do is take a win. It's going to be another 4th place for him. Consistency and finishes does pay the bills, but very rarely does it bring you a championship. Tilly is going to be biting his fingernails, as up the road from him, just by 1 position though, is Henley. So that's going to tighten things up in the championship battle. Henley on a 262 and a 265 from Tilly. So the calculators will be out in pit lane as the checkers comes out for the first racing heat of the 85s. Okay, there's a confirmation shot. Thank you to our director down there, giving me the 1 lap to go. So that's all of our riders inside of the top 6 out there on their final lap of the morning session. The wind is still blowing, but the UVs are definitely out. It looks grey out there, but the heat is definitely breaking through these clouds. It's deceptively warm out there for the kids. We're in a bit of a bowl out here in Broncos Straight as well, so the flags don't tend to blow all the way around the circuit. There'll be a couple of dead spots where you'll really feel the heat coming up. Track crew are standing by with just 2 heats of racing to go. And the track crew will be out there to kick down some of the ruts that are formed and sprinkle a bit of all precious water to keep that dust down. Problem is, when they water the track between heats 1 and heats 2, it tends to get pretty slick on some of those hard-packed baked takeoffs. Well, apologies for this being the Blade Tilly show, but the guy has put in the hard lines out there. He has absorbed the pressure coming in from Van Aspergen the whole way through the race. But the man on fire has been Aidan Henley. Just threw in another lap record, but it's the race between 1 and 2. Valsecki and Barrington Smith that's come down to 0.6 of a second. Apologies for not being able to pick up on those riders right now, but we'll take Tilly all the way to the line. Old Blade getting the job done there. But our race leaders are within sight of the checkers as they hair on down the last straight into the last couple of bends. Try and get a shot of the finish line if we can, because our race leaders will be heading there, or in fact will already be there by this stage. And the flag is out. That's a confirmation win of Valsecki, putting 1.8 seconds in the end into Christian Barrington Smith in the number 2 spot. Aidan Henley taking 3rd, and Tilly will eventually cross the stripe ahead of Van Aspergen to take a 4th with Van Aspergen in a number 5 spot. Sure, that was a little bit tight at the end there. So Valsecki, Barrington Smith and Henley with Tilly there in 4th place. The title is still on the line as they head to their 2nd racing heat. Apologies for the dropout in signal there. We're battling with some issues in the Broncos Straight area. We'll try and get on point with that as we close out on the first racing heat of the 85s with a confirmation win of Valsecki, Barrington Smith, Henley, Tilly and Van Aspergen. Next up will be our ladies Pro Gate. Okay, with what has been a chaos morning so far, we've already hit the first heat of the MX3s and senior support combined. Into the high schools, 65s, 50s, MX2s. We just wrapped up our 85s with our closest finish of the day so far. 2 racing heats before the afternoon break, and then head into heat number 2 of racing. Lather, rinse, repeat, as we like to say. Next up is the Pro Ladies Gate. So the 2 ladies to watch out for will be Kayla Roth and Leah Haygate, separated by 18 points as they take the gate. You've also got Delima, Huerta, Grobler, Klaassen, the second of the Delima sisters, Venter, Kaywood and Osner. Let's see what the ladies have got for us as they all go banging out of the gate. It's been an interesting season for our ladies, with more wins going the way of Roth. 18 points is her advantage. But Haygate showed 2 weekends ago at the regional out here that she can go boxing with the best of them. So Haygate getting the cheese, getting the whole shot, and she's going to run. Roth is going to be in the 2 spot, so the old battle once again remains. Top 2 MX ladies, and they have been for the last couple of seasons in SA Racing, fighting each other nice and early. Haygate gets the whole shot. Roth on the inside on the cower, changing up lines nice and early so she can stay on the back wheel of Haygate and make it a fight. Remember, 18 points in it, you get 25 points for the win, so something drastic has to happen for Roth for her to lose this championship. She's a multiple champion. It looks like she's stepping off the Kawasaki's next year, but she's had a great ride with the Green Machines for the last couple of seasons. Top 2 ladies will stretch their legs away from the rest of the chasing pack, but the rest of the ladies have been developing nicely over the season and have been improving to try and get up to the back wheel of these 2 girls that have been dominating the sport for the last couple of seasons in the championship. Roth getting stood up there in the ruts, and that's the problem. If you don't commit hard into those ruts and kind of lay it down, they will stand you up. But thankfully, Roth pretty tall, and she's able to just tippy-toe her way out of the big rut. Confirmation of Haygate getting the cheese and getting the whole shot going. When they came across the stripe, it was Haygate over Roth by 1.6 seconds, but Roth looks like she's pulling some time back. Jaden Delima in the number 3 spots ahead of Jessica Osner. Ivana Fenter, then Zoe Buerta, Dakota Krobler, Cheyenne Delima and Elang Chibana, taking us to 8 ladies in the queue. Let's talk about their sponsors for a second here. Obviously, big factory backing for the Kawasaki that is Kayla Roth. She's out there trying to get the job done, riding out of Kawasaki, South Africa. Dragon Energy, Bikewise, Renthal, SBS Brakes, Pirelli, CycleWorks Suspension, Motor South Africa, Arai Helmets, Asibus, Bandit Graphics, Nithrone, Osua, CTI knee braces, Flow Vision, Big 5 Ventures, Stux Gloves, Goodnight Bedding, and Moby Racing. Woo! There's the shopping list done for her. Let's move across and pick up on what is going on the shopping list for Leah Haygate. Haygate comes in off the CycleWorks. She looks fine. Yama Ranch, 12 Designs, Soul Racer, and Pirelli Tires. The KTM underneath her bike of choice, with Roth on the cower. And we're back as we continue our racing action from the SAMX Championship Tour, the final round to close out on 2023. Kayla Roth trying to run on the back wheel of Leah Haygate in the early stages, but the gap already, before we even get to the halfway knuckle, is heading towards 4 seconds that Leah Haygate has in hand. Ivana Fenter is in the number 3 spot. around about 27 seconds off the number 2 spot. So the gaps are growing. Around about 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, that's going to be a fun one to keep an eye on as Jaden De Lima, Jessica Osner, and Cheyenne De Lima, both the De Lima sisters riding out of Pegasus Storage Solutions, are getting after it. Dakota Krobler out there for Motorpot Racing, Fuchs, VLA Racing, Cycle Works, H15, GJ, and Dingoes, trying to see if they can break their way into a top 5. But at the moment, it is a bun fight for the championship, with Cheyenne De Lima sitting 3rd place on points. She hasn't got a chance to close in just based on how many points are available today. The best she can do is consolidate her 3rd place. 275 points, De Lima ahead of Zoe Bruta in a 174. Coming into this round, 18 points Kayla Roth had over Leah Haygate. So at the moment, 2nd place is still enough to keep her in the championship lead. Haygate can do nothing but take the wins. That looks like how she is set up for the rest of the day. 25 points for a win, 22 points for 2nd place. So it looks like the early work in the championship has been done by Roth, and that's why she is just happy to take a number 2 spot all day long. Last time we checked, with now just under 10 minutes to go, Kyla Roth losing time, hand over fist in this race, unfortunately. The gap now 6.3 seconds between her and race leader. Next up is going to be the big show, which is going to be our MX1 gate. Not a great turnout at the final round, and we often see that in National Championship Motocross Racing. But we do have Ryan Adler, Dav Cocker, Cameron Durrow, Josh Malimi, Stav Orland, Jaden Proctor, Dalton Fenter, Johan Fochelsang, Dean Wheeler, and Jesse Wright. So a lot of riders that you'll recognize the names from the 250 gate doing double duty racing MX2 and 1. MX1 will take us to the end of the morning send-out. Okay, back with the action as we pick up on the tail end of our ladies' first racing heat of the morning session. They're the penultimate heat before we close out into the lunch break. Kayla Roth unable to respond or find any time to Leah Haygate's dominance on this particular track. When you look through on the championship, Roth took the first 3 events undefeated. Then in the 4th round of the championship, a 2nd and a 1st, then a bunch of 1sts, then a ton of 2nds. So Leah Haygate has come on strong in the 2nd half of the season, but she left it a little too late to mount a challenge to get that number 1 plate. So I think if she lines up strong in the early part of the championship and maybe puts in some time on some of her bogey tracks, then you'll see Leah Haygate, the rider on screen right now, be able to go after yet another national title. For sure, it's between her and Roth as the class of the field right now. But the De Lima sisters, have definitely picked up the pace, as has Ivana Fenter and Jessica Osner. They're running around about 15 to 20 seconds a lap slower than the top 2 ladies out there, but they have shown consistent improvements as Leah Haygate skies the big step-up jump, going down into the bowl turn, dancing her way through some of the big ruts. Just a note on this lady as well, she's been racing the national cross-country motorcycle events, and there is no ladies category in that championship anymore, so she's been lining up with the dudes. In fact, at the beginning of the season, she was lining up with her brother, Scotty H, or Scotty Haygate, and she was able to walk away with a ton of podiums. She actually closed out her season running a 3rd place on championship points on the men's pro OR2 gate. That's for 350cc machines. So she's a very fast lady, and she's going to be out there racing motocross and cross country as long as she can. A school teacher by trade, so she's probably got the kids at home watching this live stream. cheering on Miss Haygate as Leah goes out there and extends her lead to over 8 seconds now. 8.1 seconds between herself and Rolf, with Fenta, Osner, Delima, Buerta, Cheyenne Delima, Dakota Krobler, and then Elang Chibana, taking us to 9 ladies off the gate, 9 ladies on the track. A nice big whip and a bit of an over jump there for Leah Haygate as we are closing in on 5 minutes and a lap to go. Gareth, I've got another power cable if you need it, eh? In the back. Big windy. All right, heading to the final couple of laps of our ladies' gate, where the gap is now over 10 seconds. Haygate looking extremely comfortable at the moment. Rolf, no reaction to the charge of the KTM rider. It's been a couple of seasons since we've seen pace like this coming out of our top ladies. Nanda Squiffers, the former multiple motocross champion, Megan Yonker followed in her footsteps, and for the last couple of seasons, Haygate and Rolf have been all over it. 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Some good reactions coming in from Fenta and Osner. They're not separated by too much actually come the end of play. Got about 10 seconds in between them on lap time count between bike 32 and 21. The rest of the ladies trying to just survive first heat of racing. So Haygate continues to be our race leader as she laps not once but twice out there on the course, putting more and more time into her rivals Ralph, Venter, Osner, De Lima, Huerta, De Lima, Krobler and Chibana. Won't be long until we see the checkers come out for our ladies, and then we get ready for the big show, the big dogs on the MX1 Pro 450 gate. That'll take us to the halfway marker. The track is going to be dusted up big time after all those big swingers go out there and rip the bars off their machines. Across all of the manufacturers, we will see MX1 bikes coming in from KTM, Husqvarna, Yamaha, Honda, possibly a Gas. Not sure if they've got a Gas rider on the gate, but Gas looking to build in the 2024 championship with a couple of new signings. That's always going to be exciting to see. One or two riders already put ink to paper to show where they're going to be racing and who they're going to be riding for in 2024. So far, no one picking up this lady, which is a big surprise. Leah Haygate looking to try and run the numbers. She was on a Pro Honda deal, I think it was last year. She was on a 250cc Honda for the CIT Harry Krobler racing team. And then this year deciding to step up on her own deal, pick up a privately bought and entered 350cc machine and go out there and do it alone. Her brother Scotty H rides out of the brother factory leader Trev KTM team, and he is a big threat in the national cross country facet of the sport, but also very, very good on motocross. Leah though staring down the barrel of yet another win. Time has gone. I don't think she's seen the last lap board. I think she's going to see the last lap board this time around, and it's pretty much going to be a glory run for her, as she has 13.6 seconds lead last time out. Yeah, she's still racing, so it looks like the board was just hung out on her last passing of the stripe. Remember, if you guys are following, you can go onto Pro Timing. They do have live timing, and you'll be able to get a confirmation of the calls that I'm making, and this is where I'm getting all of my information. The boys at LiveX are bringing us all of the moving footage. Myself, Matt Hollywood Smith, making the noise, and Pro Timing giving us the numbers on the page from the ticking clock. Hope you're enjoying the show that we are bringing you for the first time, courtesy of MXSA, in association with all of their sponsors: TRP Distributors, Venture Sports, Bar Aviation, Prepsol, Red Bull SA, Missing Second, WIM, and Bandit Graphics. This is the final round of the MXSA Motocross South Africa National Championship Racing Tour in 2023, out here in Bronkhorstspruit at Chestnut Motocross Park. So Leah Haygate on her run. She's about halfway through the final lap, and then already on the gate will be the big dogs on the MX1s. No reaction from Ralph, unfortunately, in this race. A best lap time of Haygate, a 2:09, and a best lap time of Ralph of a 2:11. So even if you stack their best lap times together, Ralph was losing 2 seconds plus every single lap she went out there. So that is the dominance that is Leah Haygate on this track, but it hasn't been that case throughout the early part of the season. The first half of the tour was definitely swinging the way of the Kawasaki rider. Haygate has come good at the last couple of rounds to make it a fight, but unfortunately there are too many points going the way of Ralph, and even though it's going to be a great win to start off her challenging race out here for the final round, Haygate will see the checkers, but unfortunately a second place for Ralph will keep her in the championship hunt. So that's our first heat for the ladies. We'll take a breath and get ready for the Pro Big Bangers. MX1 up next. All right, so we've got the MX1 Pro Big Bangers off the gate. In this championship, Cam Darrow already wrapping things up. So the fight is going to be on for second place. Jesse Wright is going to be the one to watch out for. So the story that's happening on the track right now is it's a sighting lap. So this is not racing. This is a sighting lap for the Pro 450 riders to understand the layout of the track. Then they will go back into the gate and they will go firing out of the queue. So this is for the pros to understand where the track is. Obviously, a ton of riders have been through. The ruts have been formed in different places. So that's why they're getting to go and have a bit of a goof lap. Most of them don't really need to do it. They'll figure it out. They are pro riders and they know exactly what they're doing. Jesse Wright and Cam Darrow, the class of the field right now. Dirk van der Westhuizen did take a third early on in the season, but he is going to be fighting hard to try and remain in that position. The riders on the line today: Adler, Cocker, Darrow, Malimi, Orland, Proctor, Fenter, Fokkelsang, Wheeler and Wright. So Darrow already wrapping up the championship. He cannot be caught. The dice is between Wright and van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen, as far as I can see, a no-show for this event. So Wright is here to wrap up the number 2 spot, and the closest after that with a chance to move up into third place on points will be Joshua Malimi on the factory Husqvarna. We'll see who's going to go banging out the gate. Darrow is good off the gate, as is Jesse Wright, but Wright also didn't get a good pull off the gate a couple of weeks back out here at this very same track at the pre-national, but he was a little bit tired from his international exploits as well, so that may have been a factor. He'll have rested up now to try and get back on point. Dean Wheeler's lined up on this one as well, one of the former pro riders from back in the day. He's come back into the racing fold, so watch out for the 135, riding out of Stopak, Southern Africa, Alpine Stars SA, Langston Motorsports, Bike Tire Warehouse and Speed Factory. That's the rider on the Yamaha on the 135 machine. Also watch out for Dalton Fenter. He'll want some payback after a rough run in the MX2 gate. Same story for Jaden Proctor on the 81 Honda racing machine. Those guys want some retribution for a bad day at the office so far on the MX2 gate, but like I said, there's a lot of cross riding going on, and these guys are racing out of both championships. Big story though is Stav Orland. His revs are still going to be up on the 265cc machine after taking his first national win of the 2023 championship just a couple of moments ago, beating out Cam Darrow. So he's going to try and double up and walk away with 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. In other words, both wins on the 250 and 2 wins on the 450 as well. See if he can get the job done. Curious to see what Wheeler's going to be able to do. Josh Malimi, watch out for him on the 411. Hasn't gelled perfectly well with the Husqvarna racing machine after making the move across from the factory KTM squad, that basically where he cut his teeth and spent most of his junior and first couple of years of his senior racing career. Husqvarna have put the faith in him though, and himself along with Dav Cocker, those would be the guys waving the flag for the Husky squad, along with Ryan Adler, who lines up out of Berm Husqvarna, Thor DLP Distributors, MotorX WP Suspension, Venture Sports, VP Racing Fuels, to see what he can get done. Cam Darrow, like I say, already wrapped up the championship, but he'll be out there for bragging rights to try and take a couple of wins, and he is on the factory Red Bull KTM and Reef Tankers racing machine, running the 58 on his machine. Next year it will be a whole bunch of number 1s. Stav Orland, watch out for him on the 265. He's going to be strong after running the big numbers on the 250cc gates. And we'll see who's going to get the cheese and get the whole shot, as they've now done their sighting lap and are held in the gate. This is going to be a fast turnaround. So here we go, 20 minutes plus 1 lap, and then we go into a short lunch break. I hope they give us a lunch break. I know they were trying to find time in the morning session after overrunning in the practice due to the sloppy, slimy, greasy, muddy conditions that greeted us this morning out at Chestnut. Fingers crossed for a lunch break, but right now all eyes turn to the main gate. MX1 Pro Big Banger 450s, 20 minutes plus a lap. Wheeler on the Yamaha on the outside decides to go for the cutback. It looks like Durrow might have just got his nose ahead there. We'll try and pick up on the shots. It is. It's the 58 of Durrow. He is out there running and hiding. And Cocker on his pink machine on the factory SA Husqvarna in the number 2 spot. So that's one of the best gates we've seen coming out of Cocker. Up the inside quickly though, that's going to be Jesse Wright trying to cut his nose off. And they find each other nice and early. That was a bit ugly to start things out. Wright had a chance to hold the line tighter, but decided to squeeze out Cocker, and he's got his position. So that's what he wanted, but Cocker's not going to take it lying down. A cross-country flatland specialist goes around the outside and takes the position back. That's going to rub salt into the wound, and that's going to be some needle between those two riders. So Durrow, Cocker, Jesse Wright, KTM, Husqvarna, Yamaha, a nice mix of riders and manufacturers as they go out banging elbows up on lap number 1 of a 20-minute plus 1 lap marathon for the riders to get out there and see what they can do. Proctor's positioned himself into a top 5 as Wright starts to fight back and go inside. It's going to be banging the whole way through. There's going to be no love here at all as Wright scrubs it a little bit lower on the Tin Swallow out of Africa Racing Yamaha to get his number 2 spot back. But Cocker isn't taking this line down. Remember, Jesse is fighting for 2nd place in the championship, so he's definitely not going to roll over and lie down. But Cocker is on a bit of a burner in the late half of 2023, so he also wants to show what he can do. There's Durrow. The 2nd place fight between Wright and Cocker continues. Wright can suffer sometimes with a bit of arm pump, so we'll see if he tightens up here because of the pressure being applied by the Husqvarna pink rider that is Cocker. Inside and outside, lots of track options for the 450 riders as they go out there on now a very well run in track. But 1, 2 and 3 look like they are stretching their legs, getting up and out of here. Cam Durrow, Jesse Wright, Dan Cocker, and Malimi is the rider that's moved into the number 4 spot with Jaden Proctor in 5th, Ryan Adler in 6th, Pockelsang, Dean Wheeler, Dalton Fenter, and Stav all in. Stav looks like he is maybe a no-show. We'll just check if he comes up on timing and scoring, but it looks like Stav may have decided to just stay out there and see what he can do on the 250s and save his energy rather than going and banging double duties. I'm just getting corrected online here. I've been calling it MXSA. It's actually MSA MX, so my apologies for that. So MSA MX is what you are watching right now. I love it when I get corrected live on the air. But it's fine. We've got to get it right. Got to get it right. Even going to make a note of that one. All right, so let's get back to the action. Cocker, after getting the gloves off nice and early on, looks like he has fallen off the back wheel of the Yamaha of Jesse Wright. We'll see if Jesse can actually close things down and pull some time back on Dalton. Oh, not Dalton, excuse me. See, knock me out of rhythm here. Cam Durrow is the man that's running out front at the moment, running out of KZN on the factory Red Bull Racing. Reef Tankers KTM. He's taken a ton of number 1 plates. He's had the best season of his life, and he is large and in charge, as we like to say. Cocker's 3rd place looks pretty safe at the moment, but he has lost some big time to Jesse Wright on this last lap. So Jesse is setting sail to try and cement that number 2 spot in the championship. Cocker may be able to pull him back if there's a problem for the Yamaha rider, but right now everything is looking like it's lining up perfectly. Malimi's 4th place. He's right there at the moment trying to get the job done. He stays ahead of Proctor. That's for the 4 and 5. There goes Adler. Adler's in a pretty good position at the moment, cementing a number 6 ride, and Wheeler just on the back wheel, gooning it a little bit out there in 8th place. So I think everyone knows where they are supposed to be positioned, and there's no way you're going to be... Oh, there's Cocker going down. Oh, I thought he just stepped out of that rut ever so slightly. So that's going to be a change up for 3rd place. So Malimi will then benefit and be able to slide and groove his way through up there into a number 3 spot. Strange crash there for Cocker. Looked like he came in He was dancing it, just went a little bit too high on the rut, tucked the front at the top end of the rut, climbed out of it, and big fall over. Thankfully these bikes do have a happy button. You don't have to kick them like you used to, but he has dropped down 2 positions, so he's off the back wheel of Proctor at the moment. So he's going to have to do a big fight back. This is Malimi we're picking up on at the moment, the rider that's now come through into the number 3 spot. We chatted to him in the morning session, said he's taken a long time to come to terms with the Husqvarna, but 3rd place today will kind of give him something to smile about and something to build on for next year as well. Malimi spent most of his life on the factory KTM squad, and they moved him across onto the Husky squad. Still a huge talent, and we're expecting 1 or 2 more riders to come into this gate for next year as well, so it's going to be fun to see what goes down. 1 or 2 riders looking at their contracts to see how well they want to be positioned. So Cocker, watch out for him to do the big fight back. He won't be happy about going down, making a kind of goofball mistake. So Duro out in front, then right. Then it's this rider, Malimi. After Malimi, you're going to see Proctor on the Honda, and then we will pick up on Cocker. Should be able to see Cocker do a nice fight back, unless he tightened up there and he was suffering arm pump. That could be why the mistake came into play. Adler's not too far off his back wheel as well, so it's certainly not over. It may actually just begin. Let's see what the times are looking like. Cam Darrow with a 4.5 second lead over Jesse Wright. So he is extending. Malimi 16.6 seconds off the back wheel, then Proctor or Cocker. Cocker at the moment looks like he's about 6 seconds off the back wheel of Proctor, the Honda man. So he's got some time to be able to pull back. But if everyone gets into their groove, and normally by laps 3 and 4, all the riders are in their groove, it's going to be very hard to fight back and pull back any of that time. So Jaden Proctor will go back and pick up on that rider shortly. This is 3rd place we're watching, which is Josh Malimi. Josh Malimi riding on the Motorex flavored Husqvarna SA machine. And then Proctor running out there on the CMH Honda Umschlanger Fuchs-Sulkelin Honda SA racing machine. Dalton Fencer also deciding not to line up on the 450 gate this time around, saving a little bit of gas in the tank. Remember, a lot of these riders will actually go up to Zimbabwe and also do the summer series, and that's pretty much straight after Roof of Africa. So I don't think many of these riders will go up to the roof. Maybe 1 or 2 riders will go up to there as support riders, or to look after a couple of mates that are going to go up into the Maluti Mountains and race in the Mountain Kingdom for Roof of Africa that's coming up at the end of this month and cross over into the early part of December. By all accounts, it looks like it's going to be a wet roof, so it's going to be fun to go up there. I'm going to be up there on the mic interviewing all the dudes at the end of each day, seeing who can survive the Mountain Kingdom. Right now, it is motocross and the final round of the MSA SA Motocross Championship. It's going to be a long one this as well. We are only 8.5, just over 8.5 minutes into this epic race. And because of the small numbers, unfortunately, it does stretch out a little bit, so we're going to try and keep it as exciting as possible. We'll go back shortly and pick up on that battle between Proctor and Cocker, which is happening just behind Malimi that we're following on track right now. He's got 3rd place wrapped up in a bow at the moment, and he's got a good buffer over the chasing pack. He looks like a little bit more of a loose rider nowadays. He's finally got a comfortable setup on his machine. Proctor is closing him down though. You can see that. There is the battle for 4th place. Good job on the buttons there, G-Man. So Gareth pushing all the buttons there for LiveX. So here's Proctor on the factory SA Honda machine, riding out a CMH Honda Umschlager and Fuchs-Sulkelin. Jaden Proctor on the 81 machine, racing in both of the MX1 and MX2 categories. Starting to pull back a little bit of time on Malimi, and as he does that, he is bringing Cocker along for the ride as well. Seems like Proctor's a little bit more comfortable on the big bike than he is on the small bike, but of course you can't judge what happened in the first race. That was a fall over on lap number 2, which put the Honda rider who was running inside the top 5 at the time, put him down in the dirt, lost his peak, and he's licking his wounds for the rest of the race, down in around about 11th and 10th position. Now on the big bike, looks just a little bit more comfortable to ride in the low rev range and use the torque of the machine. He's slowly catching up to the back wheel of Malimi, and he's bringing Cocker along for the ride. So it's going to be a Honda on the back wheel of the Husqvarna very shortly. Keep an eye out front as well. Cam Darrow is extending. It's not putting a lot of time in, but it is growing. Cam Darrow now 6.3 seconds ahead of Jesse Wright, so the factory KTM ahead of the factory Yamaha rider. Then Malimi, Proctor, Cocker and Adler. Johan Pockelson is out there, and Dean Wheeler, our final entry, running in on the Yamaha, the 135, racing out of Stopak, Southern Africa. Alpine Stars SA, Langston Motorsport, Bike Tire Warehouse and Speed Factory. And here is the story that we've been watching out for. That's Cocker on the comeback trail. So a couple of mistakes for 2 laps in a row for Proctor, and Cocker using his flatland experience and a little bit of extra fitness to get on the pipe and get moving on up the road. So that is Cocker now back up into 4th place and in with a shout of closing things down on his team and stablemate on the Husqvarna camp, which is Malimi. I don't think Proctor's going to take this lying down though. It looks like it was just 1 or 2 mistakes that cost him the position and a little bit of time, but he's got straight back on it and he's not letting Cocker get away too early. There's Malimi and there's Cocker. So probably just over 2.5 seconds between the 2 Husqvarna riders, and then I think Proctor may be able to come back into this one. So good job on the buttons there, Gareth from Livex, giving us the action that is happening out there on the track. Nothing really happening out front, but this is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Proctor on the Honda in 5th at the moment. Call out, looks like Malimi might have gone down the road. One of our riders, no, it's not Malimi. One of our riders in the mid part of the field. We're just going to try and pick up on who that was that went down. I think it was Adler. Adler went down, so he was outside of the top 5, but yeah, he has found one of those ruts. It was off camera, unfortunately. I just heard the crowd just out the front door of the Livex studio here make a bit of noise. We'll continue our action as we pick up on Proctor, who's trying to recover. He's in a number 5 spot, trying to get back a couple of positions and get back on the box. Lovely to see these bikes dancing around. This is the rut that caught out Cocker earlier on in the race. Seems to have formed a little bit deeper now. It's kind of sandy texture out there, and I think he just rode it a little bit too high. Here's our race leader. This is Cam Darrow. Last time around, 7.2 seconds. So he's finding around about 0.3 and 0.4 of a second a lap, and looks pretty comfortable on the factory KTM just to get the job done. Remember, he pretty much didn't even have to turn up and race today. The championship was done. He's put enough points on the plate that he couldn't be caught. He has taken 1 or 2 losses. Sorry, he's taken 1 loss. He's won every single heat and every single round of the championship, except the second heat of the penultimate round, where he got a 2nd place. But he's back on point here at Chestnut for the final time of asking. This is our last runner on the field at the moment. This is Dean Wheeler coming back into National Championship racing on his Yami, turning lap times of a 2:07. So still trying to find the old magic, as he would say. Former pit bike champion, former Scooter 101 champion, and a former junior motocross champion as well, coming back in to play the game of motocross with his brother Brendan. Cool to have the Wheelers back on the money. Tough to say, but there's still 5 minutes to go on this race. 5 minutes plus a lap for Darrow to maintain his lead out front. He'll probably get it to 10 seconds by the end of play. Even if he doesn't, he'll have some money in hand to be able to roll off a little bit. You look at the background shot there, still no sign of the Tinswallow out of Africa racing Yamaha 450. The Honda, no chance of them catching up to these two. It's the factory KTM superstar Cam Darrow. Seems like just the other day he was racing on a 65 and an 85. He's climbed the ladder super quick. Fast progression, fast track through the factory KTM squad, out of the junior ranks into the high schools, and then straight up the road into the MX2s and MX1s. with backing from Factory KTM SA and Reef Tankers. Kid's on his way, for sure. Needs to go overseas and get a couple more international races under his belt. He's been doing a lot of traveling this year to get that international experience and trying to find the next step in his racing career. So MSA MX, that is what we're watching right now, brought to you by LiveX Entertainment. Sponsors for the tour: TRP Distribution, Venture Sports, Boa Aviation, Prepsol, Red Bull SA, Missing Second, WIM and Bandit Graphics. LiveX bringing you all of the coverage, and myself, Matt Hollywood Smith, bringing you all of the noise on the mic, telling you what's going down on the day. I can tell you right now, a little cool breeze has just started to trickle through the LiveX studio as things are starting to heat up. I just caught a glimpse out of my box that dice for third place is starting to pick up, so we'll try and swing the cameras back and pick up on that battle for third place between Josh Malimi and Dav Cocker. Right now, all the shots coming into the box are of our race leader, who is running off into the distance, but the third place dice heading towards the finish line is on big time. There's our second place rider, Jesse Wright, just having a quick glance down at his machine, making sure that all is good. He's comfortable in second place, but it's what's happening behind him that is starting to heat up nicely between Josh Malimi and Dav Cocker, the two factory Husqvarna riders, dicing it out for the final place on the box. Nice to give Jesse Wright and his Tin Swallow out of Africa Racing Yamaha some coverage, as he's ridden a pretty lonely race so far on the first heat of the running of the MX Big Bangers. There's Cocker. There's confirmation of the fact that in the last two laps he's closed down, passed and run away from Malimi. So Cocker is on the move right now. Malimi in big trouble. Fourth place and losing time on the race as well, as Cocker instantly puts a second and a half into Malimi. That'll show up on timing and scoring very soon as we close in on the last couple of minutes of the race. Duro has been banging 155s, his slowest lap time a 159, his best lap time a 155.3. Jesse Wright, his fastest lap time a 155.9, and his worst lap time a 158. So the top two riders extremely consistent. It's Cocker that's kind of had us on our seat though, running really strong in the early part of the race and then coming under pressure, putting himself under pressure, no doubt, making that mistake in the rut with around about 2 or 3 laps, and then after that he's had to do the big chase back. Cocker, quick cheeky glance over his shoulder as he starts to set sail and cement that third place. The number 5 of Johan Fokkelsang is running in the number 6 position, looking very Ryan Dungey-esque as he's about to go a lap down, as Cocker and Malimi will eat him up in the next couple of laps. So Cocker, remember, he's had a pretty good season as well. He's not far off the big numbers. If he'd have committed to a full season, you'd have seen him running big pace out there the whole way through. Fokkelsang, 6th on the road at the moment, 5th in points coming into this round, so he may lose 1 or 2 positions throughout the rest of the day as far as the championship point standings go. Durko van der Westhuizen, no show, came up here missing in action. I think I saw him walking around the pits on a set of sticks, so van der Westhuizen on the Yamaha unfortunately bowing out after sitting in 3rd place in the championship coming into this round. Malimi, yeah, I think he'll be able to still move himself up into 3rd place on championship points. Duro already wrapped things up. Jesse Wright pretty comfortable in 2nd place with no show from van der Westhuizen, and then Malimi will be able to move himself onto championship podium with even the 4th place ride will keep him in the hunt. Cocker, so fun to see him turn his attention to all kinds of facets of racing in the 2023 championship. It's just a little bit sad to see not too many of the pros making the gate so late in the season. Spare a thought for Brad Cox. He's got the pace to run inside the top 5 with all of these big dogs, but his attention is very much firmly focused on his World Rally Championship, where he is taking a ton of wins this season in the Rally 2 series, and he is all eyes on the big prize going to Dakar once again in January. Malimi's reacting nicely here. Fun to see Malimi not taking this one lying down, changing up his lines as well, as I think this time around the two Husky boys will see the last lap board. As we just saw a quick shot there of Proctor. There is Cocker Malimi as they head down the start-finish straight. Next time they turn this right and a left, they'll be staring at a 1 lap board. 1 lap to go. It's been a long 20 minutes plus a lap for all of these riders out there. Malimi has 1 more lap to get the job done. I think it was just a mistake on the previous lap for Cocker that allowed Malimi to creep back up to his back wheel. But as soon as you see that 1 lap to go board, look at that section. That's where Cocker is making up all his time. So good at the cross countries, has taken a ton of championships. Once again, nailed down an OR2 national championship, nailed down so many GXCC club and regional wins, and that's why Husqvarna have signed him up once again. It's going to be a multi-contract though. Kind of uses motocross for a bit of training, but I think he can show that he can actually run and maybe go after a championship. Able to run on a 250, a 450 and a 350cc machine, so that's why he's got his ink on the page with Husky once again. They're using him as a very much multi-talented, multi-faceted rider. There's the 5 of Fakkelson coming through shot there. That looked like Adler after he went down early on in the day. We stay with Cocker though as he tries to stay out front. Heading to the flag though will be Duro. Duro hasn't put a foot wrong. We're going to take him to the checkers as he goes through the right, into the left. No issues this time around. Not a second place like on the MX2s. He opens up his winning account at the first heat of the MX1s. Putting some big time into Jesse Wright. Jesse Wright, the first of the Yamahas, takes number 2 spot. That cements his second place in his championship challenge. Puts in Swallow out of Africa Yamaha. And then the 3rd place Dice. You know, a couple of laps ago, it looked like it was going to be anyone's game, but now it's all about Cocker. Cocker charging his way down that fall over, kind of keeping him out of the hunt against the rest of the best. The 2 riders have already taken the flag. Cocker's going to take the 3rd place though, and be the first of the Husqvarna riders. Another cheeky look over his shoulder, takes the flag, says cheers to his good mate Malimi. Cocker and Malimi go 3 and 4. And Proctor takes us to number 5. That is the first set of heats wrapped up tight in a bow. We should be taking a short break, and we'll come back as soon as we can and give you all the action from heat number 2 and the final set of heats for 2023 for MSA MX.